Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with the event of the year, Jingle Jam 25. I've got an absolute special one for you today. We have the man, the myth, the ESA legend, DylanJayFox, all the way over from the other side of the planet. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. Well, actually, I'm going to be honest. It's a mixed bag. I'll get into that more as we get through the run, though. There may have been a retirement for a certain Make-A-Wish legend that was mentioned a bit earlier in the chat, which I'm going to talk about a little bit because it's a personal story, and we'll talk about that stuff, though, during the run. But I'm excited for this. This is going to be a good time. I want to really quickly thank you guys for trusting me. After, putting somebody through a table during the last event you guys had me participate in, you guys are allowing me with such grace to be a part of yet another event, the first Jingle Jam event that you guys are taking part in. And I really couldn't be happy to be showcasing this game and having a good time with y'all today.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned it because I was actually going to, but we've got an absolute banger of a run. An actual very traditional run where it's you see Pokemon and it's usually much faster for us, but this is going to be the classic actual any percent of the GOAT, Johto. So
Yes.
Why don't we get you started, my friend?
Absolutely.
Everybody at home, you know him, I love him, and if you mess with him, he will break you over a piece of IKEA furniture. Can I get a round of amazing support and emotes in the chat for the man, DylanJayFox? Take it away, man.
Thank you so much, Mizzo, for the excellent introduction. However, I want to take a moment and introduce my commentator as well, friend. My friend Lionheart. This guy is the man who got me into the game. I honestly would not be here doing this run right now without him. So, all that being said, Lionheart, welcome on in, brother. He's going to be helping me out a lot with the explanations and the technical side of this run. He's a lot more knowledgeable than I am. I'm just kind of the guy with the controller in his hands. But Lionheart, my friend, how are you feeling tonight as well?
Hi, dude. Thanks for inviting me along. It may be 4:30 in the morning. I may have had 1 hour's sleep, but nothing gets me more hyped than being here for this Pokemon Gold run right now. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun.
Yes, sir. All right, so I'm gonna get ourselves to this new game option here, and if you know, we're gonna be selecting this new game option. It's gonna generate a new seed. This is Manipless Pokemon, and we're starting in 3, 2, 1, go. All right, and we are off to the races. So, Lionheart, would you like to explain some of the minor differences, if you can, in the ideas of Manipless and Manipped Pokemon speedruns? Because a lot of people, they might not know. I personally wasn't really all that aware until you explained a bit of it to me, so what are some of those nuances?
So people might be aware of what we call RNG manipulations, where we can hard reset the game, or if you were on a Game Boy or a GameCube, you just turn the console off and on. And if you perform the exact same inputs perfectly every time, you can produce the same desired outcomes over and over. So we would do that in Gold and Crystal, for example, to RNG manipulate a Totodile with perfect stats. You can go through the grass with no encounters. You might RNG manipulate a legendary. But in Manipless, there's none of that. We play the game as Nintendo intended you to play it. No manips. What we see is what we get. And yeah, we just roll the RNG dice.
Yep, exactly.
So it really is like you're 10 years old again.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent of that idea of like when you're a kid, especially with this run, because for you guys will see it throughout. But we are simply going to acquire our first Pokemon, Totodile. In this case, we are going to be shooting for. Hopefully, they have good IVs that we can utilize in a way where we can do this run very effectively. Hopefully, we don't get rolled. It is a female Totodile. What that means, effectively, is we are technically going to do what's called a reset. However, I have preset a save state. In this case, oh, that's the wrong save state. Is it this one does that? That one does that. Where I have a Totodile that we're going to optimally use. These stats of 12 attack, 10 special attack are ideal. We can run this Totodile. I have preset this that way we can basically play the game without having to really struggle that much. This is a common thing that we would reset for in the run. In the interest of time and making sure that we don't accidentally go over estimate for the fine folks who like sleeping here at the ESA offices, we are simply going to continue with a Totodile from a save state. So that is the one time you'll see me utilize the save state throughout this run. It again is specifically with the interest of time and making sure that the people, fine folks at ESA, don't just see me reset for a Totodile for 2 hours. Lionheart, what are your thoughts on resetting for a Totodile in a marathon setting?
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. The odds of getting a like bare bones runnable, quote unquote, is about 43%. So worse than a coin flip. So we could, in theory, be sat here forever, waiting for Totodile. Dylan, interestingly, he reset a female. The reason for that is all females in Gen 2 are guaranteed to have bad attack, bad physical offense. So if you see a Totodile that's a female, it's unfortunately not runnable because it's guaranteed to have the bottom 1/8 of all attack stats.
It's a shame. It's a guaranteed reset.
Pokemon is sexist, but
it was like that for the first 2 gens, right?
Just Gen 2, I think.
Okay. Weird. But yeah, that's TLDR the reason why we're going to be utilizing that. Pretty much, it's just in the interest of time and making sure that we remain on a steady-ish pace throughout estimate. So one thing you've seen already here is you've seen like a little bit of battling, right? So the goal, of course, for Pokemon is you need to beat other Pokemon, gain XP, all that fun stuff. So specifically, during these first couple of routes, we're hoping to get to level 6 via battling 6 levels worth of Pokemon. AKA any combination of level 4 and level 2, or combination of 2 level 3s. We ideally don't want to fight 3 Pokemon because that's very, very slow. And we ideally also want to obviously avoid as many unnecessary encounters as we can. So far, I've already had 2 unnecessary encounters. I battled a level 2, and I've had 2 other level 2s. So I'm basically right now a little bit behind the 8 ball with like the basis of the RNG off the top of the game. But it's not really going to put us too far behind or anything like that. It's just going to be a little bit inconvenient for the beginning.
Yeah, so interestingly with the way the XP route works out for this, so all wild Pokemon, all the trainers that we fight give experience to our Totodile, right? And all the mandatory trainers that we fight, we end up 15 experience short of certain level ups. So it becomes obvious, we just kill a wild Pokemon, right, for that 15 XP. But then it works out as, if we're getting that 15 XP, we might as well get a little bit more for more benefits along the way, right? And then it becomes, well, if we're killing 2 things,
why not 3?
Maybe we'll kill something else. Yeah, so it kind of stacks. Primarily, a lot of the benefits coming the first gym, which we'll come to shortly.
Yeah. Also, we got level 4, so it's actually pretty good. We have gotten a lot of extra encounters, but I'll end up taking this fight. And I'm probably going to grab the extra berry here. That crit's very nice. Just to be a little bit on the safe side for the Chikorita. The Chikorita we're going to be fighting here in a minute. Also, just so you guys know, this is live. I saw a couple people asking. And to answer the question of if the start is so RNG, why start from a safe state all the time? That kind of defeats the purpose of this, because you're not really meant to manipulate it. Like I said, I'm doing that specific save state with the interest of specifically for the sake of ESA and making sure that we stay within our time constraints that they've afforded us. Making sure that we don't just spend, again, like 20, 30 minutes here resetting for a Totodile. If this were like me doing attempts and stuff like that, I obviously wouldn't. But this is not me doing attempts. This is me trying to put out a little bit of a showcase for you guys.
That's the whole point of RNG manipulations, right? They are difficult to perform, but they allow us to control the RNG and get desired outcomes. But they're not for everyone, and they, in the eyes of some people, they kind of break the game because you can kind of, achieve whatever you want.
Yeah, for sure. And it kind of changes the way that you play the game, because like there is like a sense of like routing to like this game overall and how you do things. that you do want to follow someone, but it's not one of those things where like there's deviations and slight things that you'll do, like such as later on in the run, there's a good chance I'll probably buy them regardless, where you can optionally buy calciums and stuff like that to guarantee a better special stat towards the latter half of the game and stuff like that. There are certain things that you would do in Manipless that you would never do in Manip, really, or never would consider, due to the way that the game kind of performs. And I believe there's a person who's been running Crystal, if I'm not mistaken, who's found ways to manip like the first, like, what is it, like 40 minutes of the run or something, right? Or am I thinking
like 15,
of the wrong one?
15 minutes.
15,
yeah,
got
15
you.
Minutes, yeah.
I might be thinking of something else. And there's like a lot of like thought and effort that goes into it. And listen, I'm not gonna lie to you, I don't have a lot of thoughts upstairs, and those types of manipulations are things that are well out of my my pay grade and my interest. So I'll stick to my guns, play a little bit of Pokemon, and it'll be pretty chill. Dylan, do some ASMR, please. I will ASMR whatever sentence you put if you donate $35 or more to the wonderful Make-A-Wish Foundation. I will do whatever sentence you put, as long as it is legally allowed to be said on Twitch without getting myself or the European Speedrunner Assembly in any form of trouble. Getro with the 35 stream streak on my channel. Let's go. Big day. Let's go. Okay. So we talked to Elm. He's like, dude, who is that guy? We call him A. Ideally, we only do one character for our name, for our Pokemon, and for the rival. This is to save time, ideally. That's it. It's pretty simple. Now, here's a very important interaction that I need to make sure I press B during. Lionheart will yell at me if I don't, and I don't really like when Lionheart yells. It gets me scared. Anyway, that guy was going to teach us how to catch Pokemon, and it's very slow. So we're going to go ahead and tell him, I don't want to learn. I don't enjoy knowledge. I think you're a nerd, and then we're going to walk away. Now, in this patch of grass here that we're passing through, we're hoping to encounter a Sentret of any level. Okay. My controller just had a bit of an issue. Interesting. It's okay. No encounters, no punishment. The reason we want a Sentret here, as opposed to a Pidgey or anything else, or a Rattata, is because Sentret is the only Pokemon on this route that can learn Cut, which we are going to need later when we are in Azalea. Unfortunately, we do not get that, so we are just simply going to continue on our merry way. We have a couple other opportunities to get a Cutter, which, you know, hopefully we'll be able to get out and everything. That'd be pretty cool. I'd pay money to have Dylan put me through a table. Edenol, for next summer, ESA summer, just make sure that we have a couple of them on hand. We can have like a single file line. I'll only take 20% of the revenue. I'll send the rest to charity. And you can pocket a little bit of it to, you know, pay for the tables I'll be destroying. But we can, you know, form a line with people who want to be put through tables. I'll give them a list of moves and potential things they can take through the table. All right, so now's our first trainer battle that isn't a rival fight. This first fight is going to be with youngster Mikey. Now, we leveled up to 6 during the route, and then we leveled up to 7 off of the rival fight. This gave us access to the move Rage. Rage is going to be pretty instrumental in the early goings of this run, because more or less, it has this Rage is building thing that happens when you get hit after you've used Rage, which essentially works kind of as a stat boost, essentially, but specific to this attack. So, for example, think of like Swords Dance, for example, in like regular Pokemon, or like more modern Pokemon, I guess. This is regular Pokemon. I don't know why I'm acting like it isn't. But yes. Hello, Maeve. Hello, everybody, by the way, who's popping in through from the community. Appreciate all the good luck. I know this is nowhere near the times where you're used to seeing me, but I am happy to be here at ESA for the Jingle Jam, doing the night shift for him, doing the graveyard. But yeah, Lionheart. Is there anything you think I'm missing so far on the info I'm giving? I'm trying to be informative where I know things. I've walked into an accidental trainer. Anyway.
That's all right. So, we'll explain what spinners are in a bit, but I was going to just touch on Rage like you were, and Rage is... I wanted to touch a bit on like why Totodile, right? Like why Totodile? Why is it so good compared to Chikorita or Cyndaquil? And Rage is one of the reasons. It's a completely broken move where we essentially get like an X attack boost every turn without having to waste a turn, and it allows us to just stomp the early game. And because the first gym has a type that is not ideal for the other two, it makes Totodile kind of a beast, and the water type is particularly overpowered in this generation. And there's no physical special split yet in these gens per se. Like, water is always special, and normal is always physical, things like that. Like, types have physical or special, but there's not certain moves that have physical special splits. So it means that all of Feraligatr's moves are just kind of overpowered in this generation for the things that we come up against.
Yep, it definitely provides an interesting advantage, holy encounters, with how the game operates and how we take advantage of it compared again to modern Pokemon, where of course like the special split and how moves are like physically categorized and everything. Like, the way that this game works is so dynamic to Heart Gold and Soul Silver. In just so many ways beyond just like some of the levels are different and some of the trainers are spinners and some aren't or whatever. It's an intrinsically different experience. So here, one thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into my pack and I'm gonna go to berry. I'm gonna give this berry to my Totodile. I grabbed this on the first route because I wanted to play really safe. And what this does and what it's going to do for me is allow me to tank this Spearow that this guy is going to have. This is Birdkeeper Abe. He's not very honest, unlike Honest Abe, aka Abe Lincoln, the goat of all goats. We're, of course, going to be leaning into the move Rage, as we often do during the early game, as Lionheart so well put. We are going to go through and just kind of utilize that berry pretty early here. And we're going to get a Rage boost. And we're going to go ahead and use Rage again. And then we're going to get hit again. And then we're going to Rage. And then the Spearow should be gone.
You actually got that's like a 30% range. That's really good.
That was a really good range.
But the as you can see, like we're under leveled compared to that Spearow, and we free shot the Spearow because of Rage. It's kind of ridiculous. Whereas if you just spammed Scratch, that would be like 6 turns or something. Do you know what your stats are, by the way? Are you tracking, or are we just going on vibes?
I'm going on vibes.
Okay, cool. I think you've got decent attack, because
Yep.
otherwise you want to free shot the Spearow there.
That was actually fully why I just kind of went straight in Potion there. So the safe strat there, above all else, is to Potion before getting into this fight. However, the only way I will die here is to a very unlucky series of situations, and I really think we'll be fine.
It could get spicy.
Yeah, I'll be fine. Don't even think that into existence. See, watch. And now I'm gonna crit the next Pidgey, and we're gonna be really happy and smiling. But yeah, TLDR, Lionheart just mentioned ranges, right? So every move in this game, right, depending on your attack stat and their like assumed like preset defense and everything, assumes that you can kill a Pokemon within a certain range, right? So that's where the term comes from. It's called ranges because you're trying to get them within that range. And by doing so, it allows for some good time save. Again, specifically in Manipless. Yeah, I was trying to menu. I menued wrong there. It's all good.
Sorry.
No, it's all good. I'm just menuing poorly. And it just allows for some potential time save, which is kind of sick. You know, there's a lot of ranges throughout this game. Notably, Lionheart here was doing Pokemon Crystal very recently, and had a run that was very, very incredible. That had one of the most unlucky set of ranges from the Radio Tower hideout through the Elite Four that I think has ever been recorded for this game, specifically for Crystal's version, which was crazy watching it live because you just actually got so unlucky. And that run ended up, I think, what was it, just 7 seconds outside of record because of it?
Something like that, yeah.
Yep.
So
It's still an incredible run, but it's still brutal.
The way the ranges are calculated is they have we call them damage rolls, where a move can do anywhere from 85 to 100%. So if a move's maximum damage, let's say it was 100, the minimum damage would be 85, and then the gap between those is broken up into 39 separate damage rolls, quote unquote. So it'd be like there's a few chances for it to be 85, there's a few chances for it to be 86, blah blah blah, all the way up to 100. When you're doing less damage, so if you're doing like 10 max, the range might only be 8 to 10, for example. So it's extremely likely to do 9, which is like the middle value. And the top value is really unlikely, so it's only 1 in 39 to do that maximum roll. And it's kind of one of the neat things about Manipless is there's a bit more on-the-fly thinking because you have different stats every time. It allows a bit more dynamic happenings in the run because you're like, oh, I've got this defense, so I'm going to take more damage than whatever, or I'll do more damage than I would if I had worse stats, etc., etc.
Yep. Now, fellas, gamers, amigos in chat, we are about to receive a very famous item in Pokemon, known as the Mystery Egg, the Pokemon Egg, right? I want you guys here in the chat to guess what is going to hatch from this egg during this run. If anyone guesses it correctly, I will personally drop you a tier 3 to the ESA channel. Now, it's only whatever hatches from the egg. So here we go. We're going to be continuing our merry way. Stop at this tree. Grab a poison cure berry. Pretty cool.
Do I get poison, the I guess, or am I banned?
You're exempt from this challenge.
No.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, bud. Casting my vote for Waluigi. That's close. Fun fact, Waluigi was actually one of the... Nice, that's actually a good encounter here. Was one of the aforementioned Pokegods from the original generation of Pokemon. If you were to evolve your Dragonair, you could actually get a Waluigi out of the egg. It's really awesome. Anyway, so we're going to catch this with a Pokeball, hopefully in one. Bellsprout is one of the later cut options. Very nice. Okay, cool.
Very good.
That'll work on out. We are going to need to be a bit careful here. Just with our HP being a bit low, but I think we'll be fine. I think it's going to be that big of a deal. Okay, we'll get another encounter for the flavor.
The fun thing about Gen 2 is it's quite notorious for how bad the catch rates are. Thankfully, that Bellsprout got in first try, but compared to Gen 1 and some of the later generations, Gen 2, like if you put that Bellsprout down to 1 HP, it is still not guaranteed to get in the ball. It's ridiculous how bad the catch rates are. I think they max out at like 90, but that catch rate there, Dylan hit it to nearly 50, and it was only about 60% to get him.
Yep. And it's very good that we got him that quick because, you know, Bellsprout's Vine Whip does do 10 damage there, and that can get dangerous a little bit quickly, especially with one of the battles we're going to have coming up here, which I'm hoping we can hold on to the Bitterberry I equipped for. I really hope that they don't supersonic me here and hit. That's fine. Please just keep leech lifing. In fact, just hit a crit here. Why not? You know, we deserve one. I almost said a word I shouldn't say on here, but it's okay. So...
do you know where the hidden super is? You might want to get that just for safety.
I am going
and I would probably pot and save for Ralph.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing here. Because this battle is a weirdly hard battle for just like a random guy on the route.
It's really tough.
Yeah, it's a very strange one. So we're going to come over here. I'm going to stop right here on this tile. I'm going to stop, pack, and potion really quick. We're going to heal our Totodile all the way back up to max HP. Then go down to the save option just to drop a save really quick because, as was just mentioned by Lionheart, this next fight can absolutely destroy our Totodile if we get very unlucky, which could happen. So here, this is Fisher Ralph. He is a reset point in this run, unfortunately, for some people, myself included. He has a Goldian. Now, Goldian might seem fairly unassuming. However, this Goldian really likes the move Supersonic, which is why... Okay, we didn't get affected. Very good. Which is why we picked up the Bitterberry to begin with. However, before that, there is the Zubat that can Supersonic us. We get hit there, but we are rid of its confusion.
Chill.
on the second turn. Hopefully they don't go for a third. Tail whip is fine. We win. Very nice.
Yeah. So obviously the Golding's level 10, which is pretty high level, but it's also very fast. We only speed tie it if we have close to max speed or max speed, and it's got it can lower our defense. It's got Peck, which does quite a lot of damage, and obviously it can confuse us. So if we start hitting ourselves in confusion, we end up doing a lot of damage to ourselves. Curiously, that's an optional trainer right there. We don't actually have to fight that guy, but for only having one Pokemon, that Goldeen gives a lot of experience for a 4-turn fight, which makes it unbelievably worth us killing it, because it allowed us to learn Water Gun at level 13. And the reason why that is so good is because we've just entered a cave where hikers are, and they all have rock-type Pokemon. So you can imagine how unbelievably slow it might be to fight these rocks with our normal type moves.
I'm getting a lot of encounters. So because I took the optional earlier on that spinner, I'm only going to fight one Pokemon in this cave. You can tell me if that's wrong or not, Lionheart.
You're fine. Yeah.
I figure I'm great on XP.
It's not a big deal, yeah. You're
fine. But yeah, another thing we have to keep an eye out for, specifically in the early game of not over leveling, is there are moves by level up, right? That we want to keep in mind that we're going to be learning. So if we do too much XP grinding in this part of the game, we can offset where we're supposed to be learning moves, which can make things a bit finicky. It's salvageable still, but I'd rather just keep this as by the books as I can and show you guys as good an impression of the speedrun as I possibly can here. So here, Hiker Russell, I believe this is, has just 3 Geodudes of levels 4, 6, and 8. As Lionheart said, we just water gun through them. It's very, very simple. Very, very, by the books. The rest of this cave is more or less much of the same, and we are going to be hopefully avoiding a spinner here in a moment. But if my lovely host has anything they want to say about the wonderful Make-A-Wish Foundation, I would love if you wanted to share anything, any of the information, where you can donate, whatever we got coming through. Okay, interesting movement. Honestly, top tier.
Absolutely would.
Yep.
I think the first way what we'd love to do is catch up with all of the lovely people at home and in the audience who are here supporting this amazing charity. So I would like to give a wee quick shout out to an entire bowl of spiders who have managed to scrounge together £5 from behind the couch and somehow type "Good luck, Dylan" from Tom. Oh god, they've become sentient.
Oh, I love Tom. What's up? Tom, thank you, brother. Dude, that's my guy, dude.
We also have...
I give him Cheetos sometimes. He's a good guy.
You're just... You know what? I'm not even getting into this. This is a different stream. We have five... I keep going to say $5, but it's £5 from Fusion Synth, who says, "Good luck, good luck, good luck, Dylan. Too bad you can't slam anyone through a table."
Listen.
You say that, I see an Eevee in the background.
See, that
Eevee might send you through a table.
I mean, listen, he's got the belt right now. I pass it to him. He's a big guy. That's
a big Eevee.
Their name's Jingle Jam. Their name is Fruitcake. The chat named them in my stream a couple of weeks ago, and they are a beloved character in the backdrop nowadays. But Fusion,
why is he so big? What have you been feeding him?
Too much, and yet not enough at the same time, if you ask me. It's truly a paradoxical outcome that we've encountered here. But yeah, no, I thank you so much, Fusion, sincerely, as well as you, Tom. Those donuts go a long way, and like I said, we are raising money towards the wonderful Make-A-Wish Foundation. Now, I'm going to be talking to this old man Kurt and doing some menuing, so I'll kind of just yap along a little bit here about my experiences with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, because it is a very near and dear charity to my heart. So, growing up, I was a massive wrestling fan. If that isn't obvious by the whole, putting people through table at previous ESAs, if that isn't obvious by the World's Heavyweight Championship around the waist of Fruitcake there behind me, if that isn't obvious by any of our interactions that you may have had with me at any point, anybody here in the chat. Now, I mention that because tonight, specifically just a couple of hours ago, was the final match in the career of the man who granted the most Make-A-Wishes of all time, John Cena. Over 650 wishes granted, one of which is a wish that was granted to a family member of mine who unfortunately is no longer with us. However, that Make-A-Wish, that moment, that time that he got to spend with his childhood hero, John Cena, is something I remember hearing from him vividly. It's something that stands out in my mind as to why this charity matters. It's something that stands out in my mind as to why we need to do what we can as speedrunners, as people, as individuals in this community to support such a cause. And I very, very strongly advise, look into support the charity because of that. Now, I'm not John Cena. I won't even try to act like it. I know I'm wearing the garb. I know I'm wearing the hat and the stuff I had made custom for ESA Summer this past year. But it's something that I wish to embody, is that spirit of trying to give, trying to put people first. And that's what Make-A-Wish does. And if you guys could find it in your heart, if you guys can find it in your wallet, I know times are tough this time of year especially, the money would go to a phenomenal place and would help a lot of people. So if at all possible, it would genuinely go so far. If you're able to donate, donations $35 and more, you get 15 Steam keys. They are a variety of games. I have seen a little bit of the list of them. There's some good stuff in there, and I'm sure that you'll be able to find something at least that you'll enjoy playing out of it if you do end up donating 35 or more. But again, any dollar amount counts. It goes a very far way, and it goes towards a great cause. Additionally, and lastly, if this run eclipses the $2,000 mark across the entirety of my time on the stage here, I will very happily, on my own personal time, on my own personal stream, do a Pokemon Coliseum blind speedrun at a to be decided upon date. I will do a speedrun of that game completely just if we get through over $2,000 on the donation total during my run here tonight. So if you guys can, there are some donation incentives there for you that I want to just mention to you, and it would go a very, very, very far way. Lionheart. I know I just took over yapping a lot. I may have forgotten to potion before this guy here, but I think we're actually fine to not potion yet.
We are potentially fine.
I'm going to go
If
for
not,
the
we
YOLO
can,
strats on the rage
heal
here.
out of the way. Yep.
Yeah.
Tackle turn 1 is very rare. Well, it's very good. Colo blind is no mean feat, by the way. That's a very bold promise.
I say blind.
I'll be there for it.
I'll have a guide up, and I'll take the whole like 8 or 9 hours it'll take. But listen, man, it's for charity, and as I mentioned, it's a very near and dear one to my heart. And anything.
I would super potion here, by the way.
Yep. I was feeling that. So it's just one of those things where. Yep. It's one of those things where if we're able at all to, it is something I think would do some awesome, wonderful things for some awesome, wonderful people. Mm-hmm. But I'll take the bullet for it. It's fine. Listen, I didn't have to go through the table at least. I'm happy to do a Coliseum run. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and water gun out the Zubat here. We got Super Signed again. It's a little bit unfortunate. Hopefully we just don't proc it again. Hurt Self's Confusion. That's really unfortunate. Mm-hmm. This is still fine as long as we don't get hit one more time. Otherwise, we will need to potion before this next fight.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
Taking the hat off because I am getting hot up top. All right, and
the Zubats do die with good special to 2 hits from water gun, but generally we're high enough level where it's worth trying for the rage stacks, and you can often one-shot the last Zubat. Unfortunately, Dylan got a bit unlucky with Confusion there, and we had to heal out of it, but under normal circumstances, you can have a shot at trying to one-shot that Zubat. But
yep.
This coughing is kind of cringe. I believe if you get level 16 with good special attack, it's a range to free shot. It's kind of favored to poison you, and it does a surprisingly high amount of damage. You can see it's level 14, but we get 3 there.
Yep. And we're not really too concerned about the poison or anything like this, specifically because once we get through this, We're gonna get a little cutscene after these rockets disappear off of our screen, like so. And then Kurt's gonna come up. He's gonna check on a couple of slowpoke. And then we're gonna get a quick teleport back to his house, which will automatically heal us. We'll simply leave. We won't even talk to him. And we're just gonna go straight to the gym. So here, if we still have the Bitterberry, we want to take the trainer on the left. However, we don't. So we are gonna take the trainer on the right instead. This is specifically because of interactions regarding Ladybug, who knows Supersonic. This basically gives us a better chance of just not getting Supersonic, which is really inconvenient, slow, and annoying. That could honestly be the title of my entire speedrunning anthology. So Ladybug is already down. Very nice. That is the only part of that fight that we're really all that concerned with. Next up, we have a Spinnerack, which usually doesn't do too much. If it does poison us, that's kind of good, because that means we can rage through the next fight. Okay. Yeah, we'll just rage through the next fight. I believe this saves us a turn, right?
It doesn't necessarily save a turn, but it makes the next fight more consistent, because you can't get, like, re-statused. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he... The introduction of, like, proper smart AI in this generation, I guess we could talk about that a little bit, is, like, in Gen 1, for the most part, trainers have, like, random AI. They just use random moves. So, a lot of trainers in this generation actually have a brain and will only use moves that it's worth using. So this Paris has Poison Powder and Stun Spore, but because we're already poisoned, he's like, oh, I will just spam Scratch, right? So we can use that to our advantage and just spam Rage and kill him. Whereas if Dylan had healed the poison before the fight, the Paris is 2 out of 3 to just inflict a status back on us. So it would have been a bit silly to heal that off. Okay, he is stuck, but it's fine.
I'm simply going to do this all now.
I'll briefly touch on how spinners work. So this guy, Benny, is a spinner, and you've seen Dylan pass a few of those. Notably, Anthony, outside Union Cave, was spinning like a Beyblade there. And the way these spinners work is... Okay, that's fine. They spin on a random, like, cycle where every 2 frames they can randomly change direction and hit you. Now, it takes us 16 frames to walk 1 tile. So you can see why it's not very easy to always dodge these trainers. It might look like a skill issue, but I assure you it is not.
Yep. Well, in my case, it kind of is. I'm not going to lie. In a lot of cases, it will be for me.
You took a risky pass. But yeah. The way these work is they have what we call, like, joined directions. So if a spinner is facing up or left, they are more likely to look up and left and sort of go between those. And equally, if they're looking down, they're likely to look right or down. So we try and use that knowledge in our favor, and we will pause in front of the spinner. You saw Dylan open the bag after the spinner spun. And the reason we do that is just to see if they have quickly spun before we could react, right? Because average human reaction time is like 15 frames. So
mine's like 40.
Yeah, so is mine. By opening the bag, you're like hedging your bets, right? It's like an insurance policy of like, oh, he hasn't spun, I'm gonna go. Whereas if he spins to the direction you're facing, obviously you're like, oh, I'll wait.
Yep.
But even if you wait for a perfect pass and have better than average human reaction times, you're still like 10% to get hit there by that spinner. So it's one of the quirks of Gen 2 that is very fun, but also quite demoralizing.
That's actually the first time I've ever fought him, by the way.
Yeah.
I've never had to fight Benny before. But, you know, it happens. First time in a marathon. No better time, if you ask me, to try to improvise and make sure I'm doing the right moves and seeing which one does more damage. That's why I switched to Scratch at the end, because I was curious. So, yeah, very good explanation on the spinners. They're very weird. And they're part of what makes specifically the gold version of this game versus like Crystal a bit easier to run, because this game has less spinners than Crystal, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah, I think Gold Manipless has about 15 spinner passes, and Crystal has 32.
Yep.
Um,
Just a big difference.
Yeah, and the one that we just fought, Benny, is kind of one of the worst ones, but he gives a lot of XP, which is one of the benefits of fighting him. It has some benefits for the next fight that we're doing after this one. This is Bugsy, obviously. He's actually, I think as a kid, like he's like kind of notorious for being pretty tough.
Oh yeah, Scyther's crazy good for like this level.
Especially if you don't understand his move, Fury Cutter. Fury Cutter is like his signature move. And Fury Cutter is similar-ish to Rage, where it stacks every time that you use the same move. But I forget how the damage works for Fury Cutter, but I think it cubes or like does it to the power of 4, like your damage. So it's just like infinitely increases your damage every time you use it. So Fury Cutter is kind of broken, and we will utilize it for a couple of fights coming up. Thankfully, Croconaw learns Fury Cutter.
Yep. If Croconaw did not learn Fury Cutter, I would imagine the early game of this category would be significantly more challenging, specifically due to the fight we're about to go ahead and start here in a moment. So we're going to go into our pocket. We're going to go into and heal our wonderful little Croconaw. We're going to go ahead and chuck an antidote on this guy again, and we are going to teach him Fury Cutter. This is specifically because we are going to be encountering a Bayleaf. And of course, you know, rivals in Pokemon games, especially in the early ones, they, pick the type that's strong against you. Of course, Bayleaf is strong against a Croconaw at this stage. This Bayleaf has the potential to absolutely ruin our day. So I'm going to be taking a safety save here. I do this in runs and attempts as well, because to put it very simply, this fight is a reset point, a massive one at that. And notably, if we get unlucky, you're going to see me do a little bit of a soft reset on the console in order to hopefully get a bit better of a fight. Yeah, it's just tough. Very, very tough. So the first these two Pokemon is Ghastly. I realized as I went into this tile that I forgot to put the Paralyzed Cure Berry on my Croconaw, which that is a very good crit considering my mistake.
It's not a huge deal. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Notably, if we get licked by the Ghastly, okay, well that's fine. If we get licked by the Ghastly, and get a bit unlucky there is a chance. Don't crit. Okay, good. We should be fine here now. There's a chance that we can get paralyzed there, and obviously that's probably not very good. All right.
I would not heal poison this turn and heal it the next turn.
Yeah, I think that's actually what Stern told me last time I was at this point. I was trying to remember what order it was.
The reason there we go. I would full heal actually.
Did I swap in Bellsprout or no?
I would just full heal.
Yep.
The reason I
forgot full heal was the item. I just had a moment. I thought you meant like exit and then fully my bad. Anyway. Don't mind me. I had a bit of a 11:30 at night moment.
Full heal's good there because it heals poison and the confusion. This Zubat, as I was talking about like trainer AI, different trainers have like different odds of certain moves being used. So the reason I suggested Dylan not heal the poison immediately is if you're above 50% of your max HP on that Zubat, it's a coin flip whether it uses Supersonic or not. But if you're under 50% of max HP, it's only 5% to Supersonic.
So I got really unlucky then.
Yeah, you got kind of unlucky. So you want the poison tick to put you under 50%, then you would heal the poison, and you're sort of like taking advantage of the AI. Interestingly, the AI, we take advantage of that in a lot of different fights, but like there on the Bayleaf, for example, you would think it knows Razor Leaf, right? Which is 55 base power. It's a grass type move, and it's 1 in 4 to crit. Why doesn't he just spam that? But on the first turn, I think even the first 2 turns, he's 1 in 3 to use either Poison Powder, Reflect, or Razor Leaf. So he can do setup moves, which is actually in our favor. Like if he uses Razor Leaf on turn 1, it gets kind of messy.
Yep. It can be very scary. Ideally, you want Reflect, right? That's the main move you want them to use.
Yeah, Reflect obviously boosts his defense, but because Fury Cutter is such a broken move, we can actually still 3-shot the Bayleaf through Reflect. It is a range to kill, but yeah, we can still kill the Bayleaf. It's kind of broken.
Almost forgot to actually teach cut there.
Sorry.
Yeah, a little bit of almost. Good.
The Bayleaf notably, like I said, crits. It's 1 in 4 to crit because Razor Leaf is what's known as like a high crit rate move, whereas a standard move is only 1 in 15 to crit in this game. I think it was 1 in 16 in later games, but it's 1 in 15 in this. And Razor Leaf is a stab move for Bayleaf. Similarly, obviously Croconaw and Feraligatr is a water type. So if we use a water move, we get what is called a same type attack boost or stab, which gives us a 50% boost to that move used. So that's, why grass is effective against water and water's super effective against fire, etc. Not only do you get the 2 times boost for it being effective against that type, but you get an additional 50% because you're the same type. So yeah, Bayleaf crit can rock you.
Yes. So here we pick up
I'll stop talking while you're menuing.
No, you're good. I was just really locking in. You were fine to keep going. I was just taking it very slow because I just don't want to accidentally. The first run I ever did of this game was a little community race with a bunch of other Pokemon Gold runners, and I only know to take that menu slow because of you, because you taught your Sentret headbutt during the race, and I have thought about that genuinely every single run since. Mm-hmm. So thank you.
I was watching your screen. Be careful of this guy, but
yeah, I was trying to.
There you go.
Make sure I menu over.
I think I was watching your screen to see how you were doing, and then I taught my Sentret headbutt, which is not good.
Yep.
But yeah, we took that massive detour in the forest there to pick up headbutt from that guy stood in the trees. And headbutt is an unbelievably useful move for us through the next half an hour of the game.
Yep. It goes a very long way for this stage of it. It's just a very strong move. I think it's base power 70, which is just really strong. Another thing that's really strong is this bicycle. It's gonna be our main mode of transport for the remainder of the game. Unfortunately, not a skateboard as originally envisioned by the devs at Game Freak. However, it is what it is. We will take the bicycle and go on our merry way. So here is probably the most notorious gym fight in all of Gen 2, I would argue. I feel like a lot of the gym leaders in Gen 2 are largely forgettable, except for Whitney. Whitney, coming up here in a moment, is very well known for being the single most frustrating gym fight in the game casually. And in the speed run, I very recently have lost 2 consecutive runs to her. So much so that I am now deeply in fear, and I am going to be constantly saving at her until I don't need to get a good time anymore.
Yeah, for people who don't know why Whitney is so notorious, is obviously she has a Miltank. She's famous for having a Miltank, right? But for us as speedrunners, the Miltank isn't the scariest part at all. It's her first Pokemon, which, as we will see, is a Clefairy. And what makes Clefairy so scary...
Nice. Bars.
There you go.
Break out. Come on. This is your freestyle moment. Come on.
Firstly, Her moveset is double stab, which does a surprisingly high amount of damage because it's a stab move, normal move, and it can do 2 to 5 hits. She's got mimic, so she can copy our move, and she famously has metronome, which can randomly do one of 243 moves in the game. There are some moves that are like it can't draw on. Classic start there. Oh, we both missed. There you go.
Okay, that's just a wash. That's fine.
And the beauty of this fight is it is the most random thing you can possibly imagine.
Yep.
You have to click Fury Cutter and pray that we live.
Yep. They will eventually use Mimic, learn Fury Cutter themselves, and start it, potentially. Reflect is interesting. What does that do for the fight, actually? That's interesting.
You probably still two-shot military.
I think we do, right? Alright, so we learned Bite early, which means we are going to forget it over Scratch instead, because we do need to retain Fury Cutter. So the reason I was mentioning before I was trying to keep this very by the book with XP is because typically you will forget Fury Cutter there in favor of learning Bite. But of course, we need Fury Cutter. Nice, we love a miss on the rollout. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, we still get the nice little 2-shot here. As long as this doesn't miss, 5% chance, we're good. Thank God. There's a god above. Holy. Thank you, IKEA furniture.
I think we actually forgot to mention that Fury Cutter, the move that we rely on for Rival 2 and Whitney, is 5% to miss. So
yes.
It happens more than you'd think. The Miltank, like once you're past the Clefairy, the Miltank is still kind of scary. She can use Stomp, which can flinch, and it does a lot of damage. Rollout is potentially fine, because like if she hits Rollout, she's locked into using Rollout, which makes it like very predictable.
Yes.
But because she missed Rollout, and she was low HP, she was guaranteed to milk drink on that second turn. So that was a pretty good Whitney. Honestly, that was
that was as good as we can hope, I think, except for the miss the first turn. But we'll take it. If we're gonna miss one, it's the best time to miss it at the start, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Can you remember what your first ever metronome was? Was it anything interesting?
During the fight itself, I think people commented on it because I think that they got a milk drink during the race. Like I think they metronomed into milk drink.
My very first ever metronome in a speedrun was self-destruct.
That's awesome.
And you just instantly lose.
Yeah, you just instantly take the L. Like my second to last run before my most recent one, before like 3 runs ago, I guess. I got a thunder that critted, and I instantly died, and then I reset.
Yeah. It's kind of an exhilarating part. All of this part of the run is very exhilarating because it is just like the Rival 2 Whitney segment is just like pure adrenaline-inducing chaos, you know. And once you're past it, you're like, okay, I can play the game for another 20 minutes until the next one.
Yep, it's pretty epic and cool. So here I'm gonna move Bite to the first slot for right now. We are gonna be forgetting Fury Cutter here in the nearest future in favor of Surf a bit later on. But for now, I just don't need to worry about it. Move Bite to the first slot because it's just the move I'm gonna be using pretty frequently here. One thing to mention, I just did a little bit of movement there, so we of course had to collect the gym badge from Whitney. We made a little girl cry and beat her pet cow up, and then, you know, she was just very upset. That is quite literally what happens. I'm not making it up. It is simply the actual physical run of events. And we're the hero, by the way. Anyway, so we do all that, and then we go next door and then tell, I think, her aunt or her mom or something, hey, I just beat up your daughter. And then they give us a watering can, which we're going to be able to utilize a bit later in the run. Now, one thing you might have noticed is we haven't utilized a Pokemon Center since Violet City, which you might think to yourself, those seem kind of important, right? Well, I'm going to get to that in a little bit here, but there is a specific reason, and it involves that aforementioned watering can. However, it's going to be a lot of just walking around doing some menuing here for a little bit. So if my wonderful host, Mr. Mizzo, would like to share any wonderful information about the Make-A-Wish Foundation, or anything that has happened or gone on, please absolutely feel free to chime in. I'm literally just going to be walking around doing menuing stuff, and it's just kind of a lot of just, you'll see the items I get, pay attention to that, you'll get the gist of what we use them for, and I'll explain that as we encounter that.
I cannot stress enough how much I am just vibing here with the where I live. It's now the 5 a.m. DylanJayFox ASMR experience, which I imagine is a lot of people in chats experience right now as well. What I would first of all like to do is actually like to catch up with some of the very generous people at home who are donating to this wonderful cause. So I believe they might not actually be in chat anymore. I think I actually saw them say goodnight earlier on, but we have a £10. I keep going to say dollars, man. £10 donation from Kongman21, who says, "My go, DylanJayFox, running one of the best Pokemon games. Couldn't agree more. Can't wait for this long run."
King, absolute legend Chad
out there. We have a $5 donation from Indy_42, who says, cannot miss out on a chance to donate to Make-A-Wish and wish Dylan the best of luck on his run. He hopes that the hatching Waluigi is shiny.
I honestly, I'm
Which I don't
praying.
think. How much to go grab the daycare egg so we actually have a legit shiny chance this run?
How much are we at right now on the overall donation total?
We are at 1621.
1621. If we hit 1700, eventually at a point in the run, I will fly back, and I will hatch that after the run finishes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
so,
we also, to finish off, we have...
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I was forgetting my order of operations there for a second. Continue on, Mizzo.
We
Apologies.
have our forever most generous donator, Mr. Anonymous himself, has come in with a £50 donation with no classic Mr. and or Mrs. They are famously known throughout the years as an ESA contributor. I actually see you've just went into the department store here. Does this mean... I'm trying to remember this run from a long time ago. Does this mean that return is on the table, or how's that work? Right.
So return is absolutely on the table a lot later. However, I kind of forgot to sell the TMs, which I actually need the money from, in order to buy Pokecoins to get Abra. I'm actually supposed to get Abra before the department store, but I kind of did it out of order by accident, because I was about to go menu and use the Abra, but I kind of had a bit of a Freudian slip there in my brain. It's okay. It'll lose us maybe 40 seconds tops, but you know, it's all right. Being a bit goofy here. Thank you all for the donos, sincerely. I've mentioned it before, though. They go such a long way. Y'all are genuinely so giving and so wonderful. The PlayStation Nation, the speedrun community at large, everyone that's kind of involved in these events. It's crazy the things that we are able to do if we come together. But yes, if we hit 1700, I will go do that for you, though, Mizzo. Absolutely. For the daycare egg.
at that point, won't it get everybody in chat to donate to what they think the hatching out if it's going to be then?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good idea. I mess with it. I mess with that as an idea. Love it. All right, so there.
Oh God, I've never seen this tech.
Heads up with the center, but we can do it in.
Right, I'm just forgetting. I'm talking.
We'll do it next week. It's fine. It's fine.
I'll do it now because I need to.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I think this is smarter to do it this way.
Mm-hmm.
So what I was supposed to do when I first came here was I was supposed to deposit the egg, which is why I was making that joke before about we're never gonna know what this egg hatches into, even though it always, I believe, hatches into a Togepi no matter what. I was just kind of messing with you guys. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. It honestly ended up being egg on my face though because I completely forgot to actually deposit it. So, you know, it works out.
Mm-hmm. It works as like a double whammy there because unlike in Gen 1 where if you deposit something it doesn't heal the Pokemon, but in Gen 2 when we deposit Croconaw it actually heals it to full and replenishes its power points. So unfortunately we do deposit the egg because it's just faster from a speedrun perspective because we don't have to watch it hatching. So we kill two birds with one stone there.
Yep. So, as mentioned, right, the squirt bottle I mentioned before, this is what it has to do with, is this Sudowoodo encounter. Now, Sudowoodo is a really cool Pokemon that we're going to do a lot of things within this run. Notably, we're going to go ahead and... All right, and it's over. So we're going to go ahead and continue on. That was as the only encounter of a Sudowoodo that you will get in the game. Ever. You'll never see him again. I hope you enjoyed him for the time we had him. And now we're going to talk to Psychic Greg, I think this is his name. Is this Psychic Greg? I think it's Greg. Man, what's up, Greg? That's my boy. But yeah, that was what the Abra was for, was to teleport back to Violet City. The way that Abra functions in this game is they will always teleport you back to the last Pokemon Center you entered. So by only entering Violet in the run, it basically just... That's interesting. Yeah, that's... Very rarely do I get Hypnosis there. By healing... Oh, I don't have... Okay. I was... Yeah.
Don't worry.
I was like, I don't have Scratch. Wait. So I was like literally looking to the menu. You know, what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Lionheart, continue the sentence I was saying. Quick, go. I believe you.
Yeah. So we get Abra. You go into the underground anyway because we fight those two trainers. So when we went into the underground and we fought the guy with the Slowpokes and the Magnemites and all that stuff, we have to fight those two trainers at some point anyway. So we make a 10-second detour to fight them now. And we pick up the coin case in the underground. We go and buy Abra. And the reason for that is the route between Goldenrod City and Sudowoodo has, I believe, 4 mandatory trainers on it. And we also use Abra later on in Kanto. I won't spoil why, but that also saves quite a considerable amount of time. So that small detour to get Abra and with the coin case and everything actually ends up saving several minutes. It might look slow, but we just dodged several mandatory trainers by using teleport there. Funnily enough, in Crystal, those mandatory trainers are turned into spinners. So we just try and bike past them, and we don't bother with Abra at all.
Yeah, no, pretty much it's a very worthwhile thing, for gold specifically, as Lionheart said. It's, you know, something, like, there's, like, a little bit of, like, finesse to it, where you gotta actually remember, you know, to buy the Abra and stuff, and to deposit the Pokemon, which I didn't do, but that's okay. Maybe if you do this run, you will. But for real, it's, you know, there's a lot of, like, little things that, in the moment, kind of can get lost. Like, I've seen runners forget to grab Kenya, which we actually did, of course, grab. That is a Spearow that is now in our party. We're going to be able to utilize that to use the Fly HM later on, which is pretty important, I would say, overall. It's also just a free Pokemon instead of having to go through getting a capture on, like, a Pidgey, let's say. But there's a lot of stuff going on in that specific section of the game. It's a very dense portion, for sure. But now, what we're doing is we're kind of actually just kind of XP grinding, as well as looking to get access to another HM. This one, of course, being Surf. We're doing this by battling through all of these Kimono girls. All of them have an evolution of the 5 that were available up to Gen 2. So, of course, no Sylveon, and no Leafeon, no Glaceon. But, of course, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, etc. They're all pretty cool. Overall, I think this section of the game is like a really nice like reprieve after the density of like those last few actions. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I have the memory of a goldfish. And I am referencing notes that I have in my monitor next to chat here at all times during this.
I would consider saving for Jolteon, just
Yep.
in my opinion.
No, I was feeling that. Reason for that is there's a chance that this Jolteon will crit us. And if that happens, we are very much up the creek without a paddle. Hopefully that just doesn't happen. But it is definitely worth the safety save. I appreciate you calling that out again.
It's all good.
That is a scary moment, potentially.
Yeah, the Jolteon will always spam Thundershock because she's intelligent and she knows that electric moves are strong against us. All the other evolutions have random AI, so they'll use any move. I'm not sure if Bite will kill. hopefully.
I think we're fine.
No. I would reset. Yeah.
So don't worry. Anyway,
Just
so
hit the times two.
our,
It's fine.
this is gonna be our first time fighting this Jolteon ever.
We were just seeing if that killed, and it didn't. So now everyone
Yeah,
knows.
that was
and we will headbutt times two.
that was really for you, not for me. So
That was an educational piece there from DylanJayFox. So now we know.
I thought it would kill, but I'm also thinking more in terms of traditional Pokemon. My brain is very not fully wired to Gen 2's mechanics. So sometimes I think Bite is like, oh, it's gonna kill for sure. And it's like, oh wait, no, that's a special move in this game. Okay.
And then we see the reason why we say for this. Yeah, I think Bite is actually normal type in Gen 1 as well. But interestingly, they introduced the Dark type in Gen 2, obviously, with Umbreon being one of the notable introductions to the Dark type. And Bite is a Dark type move.
Yep. It's also very appropriate that Jolteon, as my favorite Pokemon, has given me the most trouble in this run so far. Oh my god!
You could potentially heal, and you might be able to tank a crit, but I understand if you just want to be stubborn on principle.
I am being
stubborn
stubborn on principle because it started with me being stupid, so I'm gonna continue to be stupid. Yeah, this is by far the most dangerous fight of the I just clicked the wrong move. Okay, Lionheart, don't let me do this.
Lock him.
I'm locking in so hard. I'm
Headbutt.
clicking on the headbutt button.
Slot two,
All right.
and then you hit that twice, and it dies, and we'll forget this ever happened.
All right, we're biting, right? Okay. Anyway.
I'm going to bed.
Going to bed. Once again, this is Jolteon. They are the most dangerous among the Kimono Girls Pokemon. Please don't crit me again. Thank you, God. I might explode into a pile of ash. I'm
just
going
hit,
to.
Don't heal it.
I'm just going to hit. It's just going to work. I'm not going to get paralyzed. It's fine. Thank you.
Easy. Okay.
This is a beautiful day. So anyway, that was Jolteon. Those are the Kimono Girls. Yeah, those are usually kind of hard, but fortunately, like, we're that good. We don't even have to worry about it. We just walk straight through them and we're done. Boom. Anyway, so now we're gonna go talk to Mr. Director Man, and he is going to give us the wonderful HM for Surf, which is a very important one to pick up. Yeah, first try. What's up, by the way, Indy, Jewel Maiden? What is up, Toasty Cap? Thank you for the good luck, by the way. As well as Toasty Stoat. Thank you all for popping on through for the run. I appreciate it. Hopefully y'all are doing very, very good. Yeah, so we're going to heal our wonderful fur alligator here. Paralyze heal as well. And then here we are going to go ahead and teach Surf to our boy.
Surf is kind of busted how strong it is at this point in the run. We're a level 25 Croconaw, and Surf is 95 base power, but because it's a water type move, we get a 50% boost every time we use it. So it's essentially 142 base power, which is pretty helpful when you're a bit potentially a bit underleveled for certain fights.
Yeah. It goes a very, very long way at this stage in the game of just kind of being just a way just to one-shot through everything. It's incredible. So, Surf, we're just going to go ahead and surf through 5 Ghastlies, and I'm just going to press X a lot.
It is quite criminal. You touched a bit on how some of the gyms are a bit forgettable in this game, but this is a very obvious example of that, where they introduced a new ghost type in this generation, and then had a ghost type gym, and then ignored the new ghost type, and then the first trainer you encounter has 5 Ghastlies.
Yep.
Please explain this, Game Freak. Why must you do this?
It also doesn't help that Misdreavus is kind of just a forgettable Pokemon in general, but this didn't help its like in any form of way. Yeah, it's just weird. That and also like Morty in the game, like he doesn't do anything comparatively to his like to his variant, I suppose, in like the Adventures manga, which is of course like the Pokemon. Ooh, I stepped one tile too far. The Pokemon's story, but serialized in a licensed Japanese manga, where Morty is actually the best friend of Using. Did you know that? Did you know that, Lionheart?
This is brand new information to me.
I
I did not know this.
I know a tiny bit about the Pokemon Adventures manga. I've read them and I enjoy them quite a bit. But like Gen 2 gets expanded on so much throughout like its different variants of material. So much so that like honestly there's so much potential in like them exploring this game through like a Let's Go Johto or a Pokemon Legends Celebi or a fill in the blank here game or something else. Like it would have just been very nice just to see a bit more of Johto if we ever revisit it again. Heart Gold Soul Silver did a great job with it, but Johto, for as good as it is, it's my favorite generation, Generation 2 in particular. I just wish that they explored it a little bit more, man. I love this gen so much, so cool. All right, so here we're on to Medium Martha. Go ahead, continue.
I was just gonna say, like Gen 2. From a casual as well as a speedrun experience, they are very cozy, comfortable games. Okay, Lick is good. I was a bit worried about this Haunter using Spite, but we're chilling. Yeah.
I did pick up the bonus ether, by the way, just so you know.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was a bit worried because that Haunter can use Spite, which can lower the PP of our moves. And Surfs are quite important, but we're chilling.
Listen, Martha will never lower our PP, man. I'll tell you that much. Medium Martha, she's out of here.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, dude.
What? What's up? Wait, what happened?
Are we saving?
Yeah,
I would
absolutely.
consider.
Yeah, I was just going for a heal first. All right, so here we're going to be having our first gym battle where we're using some additional items outside of the healing items beforehand. So here's Morty. Unfortunately, Rick is not accompanying him here. It is just going to be him. However, he does come alongside some spirits. Notably, he does have a Gengar, which is going to be very troublesome unless we use some incredible items that we picked up at Goldenrod's Pokemart or Super Center or whatever it's called. So we're going to go into our pack. We're instantly going to pop an X Speed. And we're also going to pop an X Special here in a moment. Okay, we got Curse. It's a little bit scary. So we're going to X Special here. So because we got Curse, we're actually going to use Water Gun instead of Bite. Hopefully we do not. Okay, thank God. Now, what we want to do, hopefully, is have this Gengar just not hit us at all. It's probably going to happen. I am a little bit nervous about whatever he does, but hopefully we will simply hit 2 straight bites on it. Lionheart, what do you think would be the best option here after this first bite?
You can just bite again, but you need to surf the next Haunter.
Hopefully no Hypnosis here, and we get a flinch. Very nice, very good.
Yeah, so Gengar's kind of it's kind of scary, but not really. The main thing it likes to do is use Hypnosis, which you heal off immediately with a full heal, because if we're asleep, he's guaranteed to try and use Dream Eater. He does have a damaging move. He's got Shadow Ball, but he generally I've only seen him go for it if he like sees a kill with it. So if you're at super low HP. But the fight is a bit scary because of Curse. You're very likely to get Curse, which is a weird move. If a Pokemon that isn't a Ghost type uses it, I think it increases their stats. But when a Ghost type uses it, it reduces their HP by 50 and inflicts a Curse on us, which makes us lose 25% of our max HP per turn. So it is a bit scary because obviously you're taking extra damage every turn. And if you're going to be put to sleep by Gengar, that's not ideal. But Morty is like one of those fights where you have to be really unlucky to die to that fight, but it can happen. Yeah.
Yep, I have encountered that scenario where I actually got hit by Hypnosis before. That's why I was kind of scared of it low-key. But fortunately, we are out of that. Poliwag came along pretty quick. The reason why we need a Poliwag, if you're wondering, is there are 2 other water-based TMs that we are going to need, or HMs that we're going to be needing to use later on, excuse me. Those being Waterfall and Whirlpool. That is a very interesting sleep. We're going to go ahead and capture the Poliwag. But yeah, we're going to need this Poliwag for much later in the run. But we are going to get it now because it's a very good time to pick it up. Nice 1-ball catch there. I believe all of my catches so far, or both of my catches, have been 1 ball, which is nice. Good RNG there. Alright, so here we are going to go ahead and bike through the rest of Ekboutique, and we're going to make our way to Olivine City, which is, you know, home to a pretty famous location in these games. Now, here we don't have to battle anybody. We can simply go past every single trainer. Be a little bit careful here. Nice, we're good. And then, as we come into Olivine, we are going to encounter our rival, and they are not going to battle us. So, from here, Lionheart, do you think I should go to the center and heal before I go to the Lighthouse? Curiosity question.
I would have just full healed, but if you want to center, that's valid.
I'll just
It's
full
up to you.
A-okay. I'm mainly asking because of the sleep, honestly.
Yeah.
Alright, so here we are going to go ahead and talk to the guy in the Pokemart. We're going to buy 2 more Super Potions. And we're going to go ahead and buy a bunch of Repels. Like so. Then head on out. And as I head on out, I'm going to go ahead and go to menu. Pack. I'm going to Super Potion on my guy. I'm going to go ahead and full heal on my guy.
It is quite funny when you think about it. Like, we catch a Poliwag, right, for Waterfall and Whirlpool, so you can climb big waterfalls, cross dangerous whirlpools. But our Feraligatr can't learn Waterfall. What's that about? Compared to, like, a little... Poliwag is a tadpole. It's an actual tadpole.
I mean, he's just a guy.
Kind of well. I mean, he's just a little guy. I
guy.
respect it. I respect his hustle, but you know, why do we need him?
It's all about the
crazy.
hustle, man. No, it is kind of weird. I didn't know he can learn Waterfall in later gens, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's only Gen 2 where Feraligatr can't learn Waterfall.
Sometimes these things evade you because you're not as used to hearing them anymore. That makes sense, I guess. Kind of weird. Anyway, here's Gentleman Alfred. He has a Noctowl, and the Noctowl is gone now. That's it. That's all the dialogue I had to say about him. That is kind of weird, though, to think about. It's funny to always think about, like, Poliwag or, like, other Pokemon. Like, we fly on a Spearow. It's, like, literally just a tiny little guy. You know, how are we flying on the back of this Spearow when he's just a tiny little bird? He's a sparrow. Sparrows are what, like the palm of your hand. So the next guy... Oh, go ahead.
It's the power of friendship bringing us through.
Probably.
You know?
That's usually what gets us through the day, right? Speaking of friendship, donate to the wonderful people, our wonderful friend. I clicked on the wrong move. Donate to our wonderful friends at Make-A-Wish Foundation. Shout out to them again. I just wanted to throw in a word about them again, just because important. So here we want to just go and water gun through Preston. Unfortunately, I'm a bit stupid, and I kind of clicked the wrong move at first. That's okay.
We're a bit fortunate that these Growlithes, I believe, have Roar, which, unlike in Gen 1, which is broken, it actually works as intended in this game, and it would have swapped you out to a different Pokemon. But he didn't do that, so that's good.
Yep. Meanwhile, Litwick literally drained the life force of people. Yeah, but, like, he's just a little guy. You know what I mean? Like, he's just chilling. Go to continue, Lionheart. Didn't mean to cut you off.
I'm just thinking about nerd stuff, man. Like, you know, you're good with the words. You're good at you know, incentivizing people to raise money. My brain just thinks about, like, the nerd Pokemon stuff. So that's my bad if I'm like.
Nah, dude. Listen, I'm here for the nerd Pokemon stuff. It's all the info, you know. Like, I can talk about nothing for hours. I can absolutely be a thing that I do here. But listen, if you have any like little bits and tidbits you want to just throw in, absolutely just feel free. So here we're gonna go ahead and talk to Jasmine. Jasmine is of course the gym leader of Olivine. However, she has left her posts due to the fact that she is taking care of Amphi, this Ampharos, who suspiciously looks kind of like a Rhyhorn. Sorry, Rhydon. But that's neither here nor there. We're gonna head down the stairs here, grab a rare candy, and now we're gonna go into our pack. We're gonna go ahead and rare candy our Crocodile up into it for Alligator. What this is gonna do is make him very strong, very beefy, and he will never change again, and he will be this gorgeous creature for the rest of his life. Next, we are gonna go ahead and move our Super Repel up in our bag, up to the top. That way we have easier access to it, like so. And then we're going to escape rope to get out of here as fast as possible. Now,
you might want to use a repel, by the way. Just
oh, I didn't do the repel, did I? Right. I actually I switched. I moved them and I forgot to click the buttons.
Okay. I don't like backseating, but if there's little things, I'll just be like,
No, I appreciate it. It's a good reminder, is the main thing. So we're gonna go and grab strength from this guy here, just a random guy in a cafe. Really unintuitive, by the way, that this guy is the one who has strength, but fine.
They hit him in here, yeah.
They literally just chucked him in. Speaking of Chuck, we'll be seeing him soon. We're gonna go ahead and use Surf here on the water, and we are gonna hopefully avoid the spinner coming up here on the left. The spinner is one that I have encountered before, and I would like to avoid. Nice, we're very good. Next, we're going to be just hopping into our next gym battle, really. We have 4 trainers we need to fight through that, of course, have a Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, Machops, Machoke, the whole works of your fighting kit, all in favor of fighting the one and only Chuck, the strongest trainer to ever live. However, before that, we're going to go into our bag, use strength to teach it over Water Gun. I was just making sure I had the right move in mind there. Forget Water Gun, it was slot 1. I forgot that I moved that. Deviate, thank you for the raid, gamer. We are, of course, streaming live to ESA at the moment for this run of Pokemon Gold. But welcome on in, gamer. Appreciate the raid. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. Alright, so Black Belt Yoshi, unfortunately, does not have a Yoshi. In favor of that, he has a Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee, of course, inspired by none other than Bruce Lee. Can't talk. I have a lisp. It's okay. I'm going to make fun of myself for it. These Pokemon are kind of funny because, this one, of course, was named after Bruce Lee in the American version. And Hitmonchan is, of course, named after Jackie Chan. Kind of cool. It's not really trivia at this point. It's more of a piece of knowledge that if you've ever played this game, you probably know. What's your favorite Jackie Chan film, Lionheart?
Oh, yeah. All of them. I love them all.
Love them all.
Rush Hour.
Yeah, no, a big fan of Rush Hour. Yeah, that's it. Nothing else. I love that. I'm sorry I put you on the spot. I just kind of, it's part of the personality, Gotta throw you under the bus a little bit there. So here we're gonna be going through.
He is in Rush Hour, right? I'm not just.
I honestly don't know. I've never seen Rush Hour.
I think he is, yeah.
You're probably right. But yeah, these next couple of fights are pretty nothing until we get to Chuck. So Mizzo, if you have anything you want to just drop in with real quick, feel free to just pop on through. With whatever you got, brother.
Oh, absolutely. I'll get a wee bit of catching up done. We have a £10, not dollar, I keep doing this, donation from our very own Toasty Stoat, who was actually on doing some fundraising earlier on in the day.
What a goat.
And he says, that's our golden boy. If you were a Pokemon, would you be DylanJay Ninetales and Entei Heart?
Fun fact. I had a
Oh, no.
Pokemon YouTube channel and a TikTok account. They still exist. You can actually find the videos. That is under the name Nine More Tails, which I had designed after, of course, Ninetales, but also a little bit of influence from the Ninetales from Naruto. So I kind of mixed those two design elements together for like the logo. And I made a lot of Pokemon videos, actually. So, in a sense, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's an answer to that question, I guess. Feel free to continue on. Sorry, Mizzo, didn't mean to cut you off.
I was caught off guard. I was not expecting us to get the hidden DylanJayFox lore.
Yeah, I think I have like 5,000 follows on TikTok and then like 4,000 on YouTube under that account. I made like a lot of shorts and stuff like that. It was pretty fun.
Is that something you still engage with?
Not really that actively. Mostly because Pokemon's a very saturated like niche to get into, with content creation, and I love this series, but a lot of the things I would want to make wouldn't be things I think would translate well to video and be better as just things I can just do and enjoy in my time, you know?
Now, Dylan, I know that Make-A-Wish has a very special place in your special. We appreciate you sharing like your story earlier on. But what I was hoping maybe we'd have some time for the good people at home, if we'd maybe be able to fire some information at them about what Make-A-Wish has managed to do over the years.
Absolutely, please fire away as much as you'd like.
As some people might also know as well, is the bit of self-promotion. ESA Winter coming in February of next year will also be working to raise money for Make-A-Wish. And I'm really hoping that she's probably not in chat at this time of day, but our very own April at Make-A-Wish will probably be there as well. And anybody who's physically coming to the event, please, she will absolutely love if you go up and talk to her. And Dylan, I'll make sure that when I catch her, I'll give her an absolute shout out for you, because I'll see if maybe we can even get her there at summer. That way, you know, we'll all have a grand old time. But
it'd be excellent. I would love to have a conversation.
I was gonna say, did you know? But you probably do know. So over the years that Make-A-Wish has been doing their wonderful thing, did you know that they've granted over 615,000 wishes for children across 50 countries? That's crazy.
That type of impact is something that people can only truly accomplish by working together and by trying to do things under the same banner, and by doing, you know, what we can and engaging. You know, obviously we're doing Jingle Jam right now. It's a very important thing to keep in mind that, you know, Make-A-Wish is able to do what they do, ESA is able to keep doing what they do and everything because of the support from people like you at home. But that is an astronomical amount, and to put into perspective, like, that's just years of dedication and a lot of hard work from a lot of incredible people. Honestly, that's awesome, Izzo. I'm really glad that you guys are getting to have that for winter. I really wish I could be there. Honestly, super regretting that I'm just unable to this time, but that sounds awesome. Everyone who isn't already planning on going, if you have the means to do so, please make the effort. Go to ESA. It is genuinely one of the best events I've ever taken part in. It's one of the most enjoyable experiences I've ever gotten to experience. And it's something that I hold very near and dear to my heart. Thank you for letting me know all that information too, though, Mizzo.
No problem. We know that you'll be there in spirit, and if anything else, the tables won't be sweating this event. But we'll see what happens in summer. So just to kind of fire on the back of that, 30,000 of those wishes alone were just, which really shows how much, regardless of what's happening in the world, that they are able to, through events like this, and it's just how much impact they are constantly able to make, just every single year, to all of these wonderful children that are going through, let's be honest, are going through a horrible time in their life. So any little thing that we as a community and Make-A-Wish can do to help, just even give them that one day where they just get to forget about what's going on and they just get to have the because might not be surprising, but actually most of the wishes that come from children usually have to do with either meeting someone, you've got your own story for that one, or traveling somewhere. And a lot of kids are actually talk about a lot of their wishes are actually gaming related, which just full circles back into when you've got event communities come to go. We all know, everybody here and in the audience know the importance of video games, not just from an entertainment value, but from a personal value of how everybody's got that one game that has helped them through something. So the fact that we get to sit here and literally play games on the internet in front of a bunch of people and raise money for such an amazing cause for those kids out there. We both, myself, you, Lionheart, I know you probably are in here as well, and just everybody at ESA, we could not be proud to be allowed to take part in. And is Chuck kicking your ass?
Maybe. I'm just letting you talk, you know.
Distraction. Don't worry. This polygraph will go down eventually. But
you're good.
Can we talk about what's happening with this fair? Are we kind of like fishing for flinchies? Like, how are we trying to get through this polygraph?
So ideally, what I'm hoping to do is not get hit by dynamic punch, or hypnosis, which I have every single time, without fail. Yeah, I was trying to free ball it without doing the super potion and keeping to 70-ish HP. I'm just going to go ahead and be super safe now. I didn't think it would cause that much of a disruption. I could have actually won that last fight by healing hypnosis, theoretically. I would have been confused anyway, but who knows what would have happened. This has just been a very unlucky Chuck, honestly. I have not unfortunately gotten any of the good attacks potentially that he could use. But it's okay. We simply will lose whatever amount of time this is going to be. Continue on our merry way. Lionheart, feel free to fill in the gaps with what I'm missing out on here.
Yeah. So you can see we have to use 2x attacks here, and the reason for that is even with perfect attack, both of his Pokemon are a range to die with 1x attack, so we have to set up 2. And his Primeape is favored to use Leah, which drops our defense. So we're at -2 stages of defense, which means his Poliwrath does considerably more damage. And his signature move is Dynamic Punch, which hits like a truck, but it also is guaranteed to confuse us. And obviously, hitting ourselves in confusion at -2 defense does a lot of additional damage. So Dynamic Punch is a weird move. It's 50% accurate, but very powerful, guaranteed to confuse. So it's not worth healing confusion on this fight because he'll just likely kill you or confuse you again anyway. So you just have to YOLO the 50-50 and try and hit through confusion. So you still have to lose 2 50-50s to die to Dynamic Punch, really, but it happens a lot.
In a marathon setting is actually 100% on both of those chances of thing. Specifically in this run setting.
Yeah, I've lost a lot of runs to Chuck. It's sort of like Chuck is the last sort of gatekeeper for pace pals, or if you're gonna like hype run a run or whatever. I think Chuck is like the last point where you're like, okay, this run's like safe-ish to hype, because he can be unpredictable, even though it seems simple.
I meant to do that poorly, but that's fine.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Like the TLDR is Chuck is probably the worst part of this run, as far as it goes for like just seeing the pure frustration of RNG that Pokemon can occasionally provide. You know, but it's also the name of the game, right? We're playing Manipless. We're doing it in such a way where we are expecting and almost inviting some of the things that can occur in this game. So, you know, you gotta roll with the punches when it comes to that stuff. Alright, good pass on that guy. So now where we're heading is the Lake of Rage, which, you know, home to a very famous Pokemon. Notably, it's home to like a lot of Magikarp. Yeah, overall, it could be a pretty pivotal point in the run for a lot of different reasons. But I'm really hoping that this boils out really well. All right. We're going to counter this Gyarados. It's a pretty, you know, important Pokemon overall. Oh my god, it's shiny! Holy shit!
No!
Dude! Do we catch it? Guys, quick, somebody donate right now and we'll catch it. Anyway, we're going to use the Pokédoll, and we're gone. It's dead now. Sorry, it's gone
Use
forever
the
now.
Pokédoll instead of a Pokéball.
I can't read. I can't read. I'm dyslexic. I'm dyslexic and a little bit stupid. Oh, no. Oh, no. Anyway, so we're gonna go ahead and talk to Lance, who has a very, you know, chill little sprite here. He's just going to be like, hey man, you want to investigate this place with me? And I'm like, yeah dog, what's up? And then he's gonna be like, well, I'll be waiting for you. And then he's gonna fly away for some reason. And then we're gonna use Kenya, and then, can you believe it, we're gonna go ahead and go to Mahogany Town. We're gonna go ahead and go into this rocket base. So here is a pretty long section of the run where we kind of have to go through this whole entire rocket, you know, underground base thing. They're running like a peddling scheme. Yeah, he actually just murdered a man. I forgot about that. I forget that he actually murders a man in cold blood with the Dragonite. Pokemon was so cool back in the day. But anyway, we're gonna walk over to the statue where it, I think, has like a Meowth or something on the statue. I can't even tell what that is, honestly. And we're gonna get a couple of grunt encounters. So in case you didn't notice from the actual, like, the place before Azalea, the well and everything, Team Rocket is back in this game. Now, of course, Team Rocket was defeated at the end of Generation 1 by Red. But they're trying to scrap themselves back together, so they're doing a bunch of peddling schemes. They're trying to sell Slowpoke Tail. They're trying to evolve Gyarados early. They're trying to do all of these mischievous things. And unfortunately for them, while the first, like, you know, 10-year-old that stopped their plans, like, years ago, may have vanished, another one has come to take its place. And that is us in this game. That is us as gold. So we are, of course, just trying to be here, thwarting the evil Team Rocket's plans. And in this case, we're kind of just bullying them, honestly. They really don't pose much of a threat to us at any point in this run, if I'm being completely honest. Like, there are points where you can lose time, but you don't really ever run the risk of dying to any of the rocket fights, I don't think. Especially not in this section. It's kind of pretty much you have a Feraligatr, and they can't stop that. So you just walk through them. Yeah, Lionheart, what are your thoughts on this entire section of the game?
Actually, I really enjoy the rocket section because I see it more of like an opportunity to lock in a bit. I could see other runners, like, you could lock out because you're like, oh, it's easy, nothing's happening or whatever. But I like to think, you know, we can lock in on text boxes and optimizing, using buffering into the moves and all that kind of stuff, saving as much time as you can, and, like, I don't know. I kind of like the part of the game where you just stomp and it's all about, like, minuscule time saves, you know? Mm-hmm. There are still various things that can go wrong in the rocket section. There's ranges that we'll get to, and some RNG and stuff, but for these particular fights, yep. Notably, after this fight, we're going to flip a switch on the computer, and I'm curious, as a kid, did you know that you could turn off the statues?
No idea.
Yeah,
I didn't even know as an adult. You know, our first race, I actually just walked into the statues.
Yeah, so the statues that triggered the first two trainer fights, if you walk in front of the rest of the statues, it will continue to trigger those two fights over and over again, and you will just fight the same two people. But because we flipped the switch on the computer, those two trainers have vanished from the Earth. We've sent them to the Shadow Realm.
Thank
and
God.
we don't have to fight them anymore. Pretty neat. Which is a good thing, because otherwise we would have had to fight them 3 additional times, which would be good.
Yeah. Big time save. Pressing that button. If that button didn't exist, this category would be probably a solid like 5 minutes longer, or like 4 minutes longer, somewhere in that range. Yeah. However, we cannot avoid this rocket grunt, who we very simply will have to go ahead and headbutt through. Yeah, no, I had no idea about that as a kid. It's crazy, like, how many little things were in these games that, like, you kind of don't pay attention to. Like, I said before at the start of the run, we kind of play this game a lot like, you know, you would as a kid. Because I don't know if you did this as a child. I know I did. Whenever I played a Pokemon game, my starter Pokemon was my goat, and anything else in the game I didn't care about. I just leveled my starter up to, like, level, like, you know, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, whatever level I can get it to. And just kind of steamrolled whatever. It didn't matter if it was, like, a different Pokemon. I would have a bag full of revives and full restores and whatever else have you. And that would be how I would, you know, get past the game and get through it. That's something I very distinctly remember about my Pokemon experience as a kid. It's just absolutely not even thinking about like leveling up my Pokemon to the same level. That's something I do now, but when I was a kid, nah, dude, I couldn't be asked.
I had like weird OCD where before I fought a gym trainer or a boss, I had to have all my Pokemon be the same level.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd grind them all to be like level 25 if like before Morty or whatever. I don't.
Oh, got you. Level 40 by Morty, holy.
And then you just stomp him with one Pokemon and it was pointless, and I fought a million wild Pokemon for no reason. But
bro was sitting out there grinding in Gen 2, holy. EXP share is socialism. That is an awesome comment. that is fire. Shouts to Toasty Goat in the chat. Major player in the ESA scene, just kind of showing out for events constantly. I've gotten to meet them twice in person now, and I gotta tell you, they are as much of a gem in person as they are in Twitch chat, as well as a host for this event. Excellent job earlier during your hosting block. I am looking forward to seeing you whenever I next see you, whether it be during this event or at Summer this coming year. By the way, Lionheart, I'm gonna put you on blast right now. You're coming to Summer, right?
apparently,
All right,
yeah.
sweet, cool. All right, so guys, I got 2 tickets. We're gonna need for Summer this year. Lion and Heart are both gonna need one. So that's pretty important. For real though, sincerely, it's just an awesome event to go to. I was mentioning it before a little bit, but just to kind of shout out ESA and my experience with it. I've attended 2 ESAs in person, both Summer 24 and 25. Where I've gotten to do a myriad of runs, actually. I've gotten to do some incredible things, and even infiltrate some grounds that maybe I shouldn't have been in, and commentated some Final Fantasy run while I was, you know, very, very of the right mind to do so. I've gotten to do a lot of awesome things, and honestly, the fact they allow me to continue to do awesome things makes me feel very incentivized to tell you people all about it, and tell you, hey, listen, come to ESA. It's a good time. Everyone's there for a good time, and to put up some awesome numbers, some awesome effort, raise some money for some incredible causes. Of course, we raised money for Alzheimer's Founded this past ESA Summer and the summer beforehand. However, this time, again, we are raising money for the Make-A-Wish Foundation, which, again, I want to mention, please, 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 if you have anything to spare, it would go so unbelievably far if you were able to, if at all, donate anything that you got. It goes so far, and it helps out so many wonderful people. So there, with the last 2 rocket grunts I fought, not the scientists, but the rocket grunts, I had to be very tact there and make sure I talked to them afterwards. That is because they each provide us a password, Slowpoke Tail and Raticate Tail specifically, which we need in order to open up a door coming up here soon. We, of course, know the passwords before the run, but those are specific in-game triggers that you need to meet. So you very simply meet those in-game triggers. Bada bing, bada boom. Realest guys in the room. How you doing? And we open up a nice little passageway here in a minute. We unfortunately do have to fight this Grunt, who I believe just has like just nothing. I think they have two Zubats after this, right? Yeah, it's a pretty nothing fight, but it's okay. We're just gonna click X a lot, or sorry, A a lot. I don't have an X button. I'm not on a PlayStation controller. It's a very legitimate Game Boy that I have in my hands right now. It's a wonderful model, crystalline blue. Unfortunately, we're not playing Crystal though. Also, Tomain, thank you for the tier 1 to ESA Marathon. 96 months. That's a lot of months. How many? Is that 8 years? Am I wrong?
It's exactly 8 years, correct.
Bad at math. I had to triple check that in my head. That's 8 years of supporting ESA. That goes a very long way, Tomain. I will say thank you on behalf of the wonderful, wonderful folks at ESA for you and your continued support. Dearly. It goes a very, very deeply long way, homie. Alright, so here's where those passwords come into play. The door is going to open. And we are going to go ahead and talk to this funny little rocket guy. This is the first executive that we fight in the run. Rocket executives are kind of like the mini bosses, I suppose you can call them. Or I guess they're the main bosses in a way, because there's not Giovanni or anything like that, right? So these are kind of your little boss fights for these sections. Unfortunately, it is not really the most engaging fight. It's pretty simple. But we're going to go ahead and hit a headbutt, and a strength, and a surf. And this is a pretty quick and easy fight. There's no like ranges or anything like that. The next fight will have some ranges. Makes it a little bit more interesting. Yeah, overall not a bad fight or nothing. Nice, we get a crit that we just don't need. Sick. Lionheart, what are your thoughts on Coughing as a Pokemon? How do you feel about him?
I like Coughing. I like Coughing because of the anime. Like Jess, do you remember Jesse and James from the original anime?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I like Arbok and Coughing from that.
Yeah, those definitely endeared. The anime endeared like a lot of Pokemon to me from like Team Rocket. Like the only reason I have any affinity towards Chimecho at all is because like the Gen 3 anime. Like same thing with like Arbok and Coughing, honestly, because like I'm not gonna say they're bad Pokemon, but they're definitely like they're somewhat forgettable outside of those appearances. But you know that's what those appearances are for, right?
Funnily enough, did you know that Coughing, I'm pretty sure, is the Pokemon that we kill the most of in the speedrun?
So sad. He had to perish. Yeah, it makes sense. Would it not be Zubat? I feel like we killed so many Zubat.
No, I went through and counted it once. I kind of feel bad, like we're ruining the population of Coughings.
That's fine. They'll always make more.
Then again, I don't. How do you make more Coughings?
Pollution.
Or maybe I'm asking questions we don't want to know the answer to. I don't know.
I mean, it's very simple. It's just, you know, human nature. We ruin the earth. You know, that's it. It's just pollution, right? Like, I think wasn't if I'm not mistaken, the like beta name for like Coughing and Wheezing were like New York and Los Angeles, if I'm not mistaken, or like something to that effect. Where like
I have no idea.
I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure that's actually a thing.
That would be funny though.
All right, so this Arbok has a nice. We got the range on it, and this next Pokemon also has a range, which hopefully we hit. Optimistic here. Come on, Gloom, one shot the strength off of this, please. Please. Nice. All right, good. Wonderful. This is a great fight. That's as good as this can go, really.
Mm-hmm. Not inherently scary. I think Gloom is guaranteed to use Absorb, so it's like just slow if you miss it. Mm-hmm. I think Arbok might have Glare, but I've only ever seen Poison Sting from it, which is still cringe because Poison Sting is 30% to poison.
Yep.
Yeah, generally fine.
Yep. So that entire like section went about as well as it could. It was nice to see Murkrow for the moment we get to see it. Murkrow is like one of the goats, in my opinion, of this gen. Undersung goat Pokemon. Love Murkrow. Don't really like. I like Honchkrow, but I love Murkrow. Like Murkrow design-wise is like top 3 this gen, in my opinion. Love him way too much. He's up there with Phanpy.
Mm-hmm. I like that it's one of the few like new Gen 2 Pokemon that gets a lot of use. But you see 3 Murkrow? 4?
I think so. Sounds about right.
Whereas
to me.
a lot of the new Gen 2 Pokemon you don't actually see that much of in the speedrun anyway, unfortunately.
Yeah. Which is a shame because, like, you know, a lot of them were added like kind of late in development, as you mentioned with like Misdreavus. And like I think like Houndour and Houndoom were added pretty late as well. And like those, like they're cool Pokemon. Houndoom and Houndour, like not being more prominent in these games makes me genuinely upset because they're just cool Pokemon. But with that being said, that's unfortunate.
It's strange. Yeah. These electrodes I think they're like 95% with perfect special. I don't know what our special is, but it's not perfect. So these are probably like 8x% to die to surf. But they are mandatory that we kill them. You can't run away because they're powering the generator for the rocket hideout, which is sending the radio waves out to Lake of Rage. So we have to actually feint these electrodes. So a little bit unlucky.
Fortunately, they at least provide us some decent XP. I mean, we get a little bit of something for our trouble with it. Also, Toasty Stoat, the message you've just sent before, please feel free to DM me that. I'm not doing that just to get you in my DMs, I promise. I'm specifically interested in Aaron George's Crypto Dex blog. That does sound actually quite interesting. Gen 2 is like such a weird rabbit hole. Because, like, if you guys don't know also, Gen 2 was meant to be the end of Pokemon. Like, there wasn't really intended to be a Ruby and Sapphire and beyond. It was meant to end with these games initially because they weren't sure if it was going to perform outside of Japan. However, Pokemania, of course, took over, and Pokemon became arguably the biggest franchise in the world. So, you know, it's definitely a very interesting generation because of all the things that they intended to do with it. It's kind of why they did Kanto as the post game, I think. Is because it was like, well, we might as well go big. So here we're going to save. That is because that guy that we just went next to is an optional that we want to avoid because he is really annoying and I hate him. His name is Douglas.
Yeah. So unlike all the other spinners that we've passed, for those that are astute amongst you and have been paying attention, the spinning optional trainers where Dylan will pause next to them and we try and get past them as safely as we can. We obviously can't do that with Douglas because we're on ice and he is loaded off screen. So we literally just have to YOLO him. There's no other thing we can do. So even in the Manipped category, they will save, try and YOLO past him, and then they will hard reset and Manip past him. But in Manipless, we just keep YOLOing. And I believe simulations have been done on passing him, and it's like 51%. It's just a coin flip whether you get passed or not. And if you fight him, it loses about a minute. He's very slow. He's got 2 Shelders and a Cloyster. And Cloyster's really annoying because it's got Protect. And, you know.
That crit was really big.
Inconsistent.
I was hoping we would just one-shot the Dugong. I was going to pog so hard. I was so ready to pop off.
I'm pretty sure that's a range, I think, so that's a little bit unlucky.
Yeah.
That would have been cool.
We still get the 2-shot, so it kind of works out, right? So, like, it is a 2-shot range, as Lionheart was just saying. But we still got through. It's fine. That works out nice. Yeah. Douglas is a pretty important trainer to avoid, if at all we can. I'm glad that we got him second try, because I think my PB gets him, like, 5th or 6th. Like, he's just annoying. You can lose quite a bit to him. Alright, so now that we have Price's gym badge, we are simply going to escape. I took probably the worst path I could have there. That's fine, though. And now we are going to go ahead and go into our Pokemon. We are going to go ahead and fly back over to Olivine City. And now, of course, you might have remembered, we picked up the Secret Potion while over on Cyanwood. And we got it from the Cyanwood Pharmacy. what that does is that allows us to go ahead and heal the Ampharos that, of course, is occupying Jasmine, allowing Jasmine to then go ahead and battle us. So we're going to just kind of go on through here. It's going to be some movement, stuff like that. Mizzo, if you do have anything you'd like to share, my friend, please feel absolutely free to go ahead and fill in some time here before we get to Jasmine.
Perfect timing there. We have a £35 donation from our very own commentator here, Mr. Lionheart, who has to donate to a good cause, or Dylan's for alligator will sit on you and squish you.
That's probably true.
Excuse me?
That's probably true. Listen, and he's caked up in this gen too. If you haven't seen like this back spray, it's got cheeks. No, it's Gen 3 he does. And Gen 3's got cheeks.
Oh, the Gen 3 one. Gen 3 cheeks. And I'm actually going to take a wee spot to take a moment to talk about this, because Lionheart's actually put that to redeem himself the Jingle Jam Game Collection 2025, of which I have a lovely little list over here. So anybody, I'm actually going to help you out in the chat here. I'm going to do your job for you. So if you go to, that's not how you spell donate. If you exclamation mark donate in the chat, and so we've got both the event t-shirt, which if you buy the t-shirt, £5 of that goes towards the charity, and you also get a voucher to basically get the equivalent value off of any ESA merch at Winter. So it's like free money at this point. Like, I can't really do anything better for you. But you can also, for £35, you can pick up the Jingle Jam Game Collection, which includes, and I've got a horrible voice right now, so we're going to batter through this. Tactical Breach Wizards, Mouthwashing, Core Keeper, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Warhammer 40k, Chaos Gate, Terror Unite, Old World, Ixion, no idea what that's about, Spiritfall, Gatekeeper, Rogue Waters, Well Bastards, pardon me, Rusty's Retirement, The Royal Writ, and my favourite one of this list, Train Sim World 6 Special Jingle Jam Edition.
Game.
A little birdie tells me, apparently, if you get this bundle, not only do you get all of these amazing games, you also get like a 40% discount voucher for Discplay. So like,
what?
I don't know how much more free money we need to be throwing at people. It's like, hello?
That's an incredible
Donate money to
value.
a charity, receive free items. Like, this doesn't get any better, people. Exclamation mark donate in the chat, exclamation mark schedule to see all the upcoming runs. And we've just spoke over my favourite fight in the entire game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry to say, it's 3 serves and then we're done. As far as it goes for this, so I was happy for you just to talk through it. Yes, as Mizzo said, all those awesome rewards, get your donations in. Lionheart, my friend, thank you very much. As well as anybody and everybody considering donating, or interacting with this event. As I've mentioned many a times, it is a phenomenal cause that you are supporting. Lionheart, what does this cause mean to you?
I've got to be honest, like, outside of, like, the main thing that I see from Make-A-Wish is actors and, like you say, wrestlers making appearances, going to hospitals, going to see kids, brightening up their day, you know. I think I've seen Johnny Depp do a few of them, like he'll get in costume as Jack Sparrow and go and, you know, make a day special for these kids. So I didn't know that, the story that you shared earlier. So I'm really happy that I'm here today to be here with you and support a good cause. And yeah.
Hey, listen, I'm right there with you. For the most part, it's like you see a lot of these things, right? And it's I kind of haven't talked about it on stream because I kind of wanted to save the explanation of that for, you know, today. I wanted to, you know, talk about that a little more candidly here in the moment instead of like kind of prepping people and, you know, all that fun stuff. But I think it's important to share your experiences with these kinds of things, and again, the crazy impact that you know, Make-A-Wish has on people. And as Lionheart said, it's not just like the wrestlers, it's not just the actors, it's, you know, about seeing the kids and about seeing people who are having hard times and going through something, and you know, seeing them. That is an early bike shop. Interesting. I have never gotten the bike shop encounter there. looking to support them and getting them, ideally, one of their wishes. It's in the name of the charity, but quite literally with the overall goal of Make-A-Wish is to make wishes, make dreams come true for a lot of kids. And it's a genuinely insane thing because you don't think about charity in the sense of like a direct impact on a one-person basis, but that is literally what it is. And there's nothing more human than that connection between you know, an individual and their favorite X, Y, or Z. You know, my little cousin in particular, if I want to talk on that story a little bit, you know, he had all the gear growing up. He had the old orange hustle, loyalty, respect, John Cena merch. He had all that fun stuff. Loved him to death. And quite literally, it was an event that when it was happening, I was so jealous because it's like, oh, dude, I want to meet John Cena. But, you know, while there is that aspect of jealousy for me, myself, and I, it's something that, you know, knowing the impact it had on him and that experience basically being the greatest event of his life, really, it really brings me a lot of good memories. And I know for him, it made a massive difference and gave him a lot of strength to go through, you know, battling like a horrible disease. And yeah, it's something that we all can take in our everyday. We can all look at from that perspective of this is a person, this person matters to me, and this is how the Make-A-Wish Foundation can impact them. So all being said, I don't want to talk too much on it because I will get emotional, and I'm a crier, and I don't want to cry on ESA. Not again. I did that already at summer. We can't do that two events in a row. But yeah, we're going through the radio tower now. So if you're curious, the radio tower is going to be our last proper time encountering Team Rocket. We will technically see them again after this section of the game, technically. But it's a very big far cry from a proper like dungeon, let's say, or a series of fights. It's kind of a little bit of a throwaway gag at the end. But here we have a number of grunts that we need to fight through that are mandatories to get to the top of the radio tower to hopefully get up to the executive. All of these grunts have pretty by-the-by Pokemon. You know, your traditionally evil Pokemon, your poison types, your Rattatas, Raticates, etc. It's kind of just going through the motions for the most part. So here we're going to end that muck there. Very, very nice. Lionheart, is there any specific nuance that you'd like to mention about this section of the game?
I don't know, especially about this section of the game. I think a key part of this part of the run is PP management. As you pop an ether there, the PP is. This is a bit early, by the way, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, wrong move. I was on the wrong one. You good? Continue. Apologies.
The PP is extremely tight through this section of the game, and often by the time we get to after Claire, we have like no moves left at all. So we go from the free Lance Heal in the hideout in Mahogany Town all the way to a heal house before the Elite Four without using a Pokemon Center at all. And we just use one ether, which means we have to kill, I don't know, like 80 Pokemon without using a Pokemon Center. So a lot of this section is about one-shotting as many Pokemon as possible, but also not running out of PP and limiting text boxes as well. So we will be using moves that are not super effective, not very effective. So we'll use, for example, on these Magnemites, if we used Strength, not only would it not kill, but you'd also have an extra text box that says not very effective. So we use Surf because there's no extra text box. Or if we used, I don't know, Bite on a Psychic type, there would be a text box that says super effective. In that instance, we would use a normal type move because there's no text box. Things like that, because those additional text boxes are about... I think a super effective text box is exactly 0.75 seconds, which over the course of a whole speedrun adds up to a lot. So these sections of the run have just been very meticulously put together. So we know exactly what move we're using, where we're using it to make all those minuscule time saves. And yes, I did say type PP on Twitch in front of 500 people. You're welcome.
Hey man, listen, I'm just glad that you know it's tight. That's what matters. So from here, as Lionheart put it, we're going to be pretty focused on our PP management. Very important to keep our PPs in line with where we want them to be. And with that in mind, of course, as mentioned as well, the super effectives and those text boxes are going to save us a little bit of time. Of course, we have a fairly generous estimate. But of course, I want to, keep that estimate as best I can. Hopefully we can kill it. So, even though we died to Chuck about 14 times, and Jolteon like 4 times too. After Chuck, as Lionheart said, it kind of mellows out. Like you've kind of seen it from Chuck onwards. We've kind of just been cruising at this point. All right, pass him. Had to wait on him to rotate. Yeah, it's a pretty nice section of the run to just kind of coast off, but there are those little things to pay attention to, like as mentioned, PP, and specifically making sure that we avoid using super effective attacks where we can, in order to hopefully best get through our fight without having to have any additional boxes of attacks to look at. Unfortunately, we did not get the range on that Porygon. That is okay though. We'll go ahead and bite on through that.
It's an awful range, don't worry about it. It's like, at best, that Porygon is like 30% to die.
Yeah.
So it's pretty expected, but we got a good move. It's got Conversion 2, but it can also use Tri-Attack, which is the worst one because it's 10% to either Burn, Freeze, or Paralyze, all of which are very bad, obviously.
What do you mean? Those are all pretty awesome, I think, right?
I've been frozen and paralyzed by that thing several times, and then I accidentally messed up my PP route on it once because of that, and lost the run like an hour later because I didn't realize that I was like short. So,
hey man, better lose the run than lose your PP. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
That's right. So I hate that Porygon with a passion because he lost my PP.
Hey man, I'm sorry for your loss. We'll all be mourning the loss of your PP here post-mortem. However, what isn't post-mortem at the moment is this run. We're actually honestly cruising. Despite those deaths right now, I'm not really actually that far behind. I do have like a set of splits up. Like I am behind, but like not by as much as I thought I would be considering everything. We've actually executed decently, all things considered. Now, of course, this is a Rocket Executive. There's Los Angeles. I mean, sorry, Weezing. We're gonna go ahead and take this guy down, and then we have a couple other Pokemon left for this executive. But as mentioned, it's just kind of coasting on through, pressing the buttons.
Like I said, coughing, the most common thing that we kill. This guy's got 5 of them and a Weezing. There's like a small interesting thing on this fight was we set up an X special. The reason for that is, firstly, it allows us to save Surfs, so we can use Bite on the Coughings, and it allows us to one-shot the Weezing with Surf. But interestingly, we set up the X Special on the second Coughing. And the reason for that is, if we set it up on the first one, this trainer has AI that is more likely to use Smokescreen on turn 1. So we would be more likely to have to use an X Accuracy and lose a turn. But we kill the first Coughing with Surf, set up the X Special on the second one, and it's we're favored to just get Tackle or such. So on average, it just ends up being a nicer fight.
Yep. It's not too
kind of
bad
neat how we abuse or like take advantage of little quirks in the AI. There is a decomp online of like all of the code of these games, so we have a pretty good idea of like what the trainers are programmed to think. So we can't always predict what they're going to do, but we have a pretty good idea of like what they're favored to do.
Yep. Which of course is like something we want to you keep in mind as you develop more as a runner in this game. It's definitely something I want to eventually get around to studying, because right now I don't know if I've mentioned this yet. I'm a fairly novice speedrunner when it comes to Pokemon runs in general, but specifically Pokemon Gold. I believe this will be my 6th completed run once it finishes. Which, considering it's a 4-hour run, I think I can be a little bit forgiven. That's an unfortunate. What do I do here?
Expec and full heal.
Yes, yeah. But like a lot of that nuance is stuff that you really have to spend hours and hours pouring through and learning. Which Lionheart, the reason I asked, of course, you to be on comms is you have that. Like you are that guy when it comes to the Pokemon knowledge. You are probably one of the most like technically knowledgeable people I've ever met in regards to this game. And I just genuinely really appreciate your insight, because there's so much of this game that gets lost in the minutia of just click on move and hope you kill. Where like you constantly on your streams would talk about what the range would be, or how much chance to kill you have on X, Y, or Z, and like really kind of talking through all that, which is just really interesting, because as somebody again who is fairly a novice to these speedruns, it's there's a lot going on, and learning more about it is like a process. And again, I just really appreciate your insight, man.
Yeah, it's kind of like any game, really. It's like Spyro or anything, like under the hood, under the surface. There's a lot going on that isn't immediately obvious. And Gen 2 is very much like that. There's lots of like weird weird stuff that we're taking advantage of, like the AI and the ranges. Obviously, a lot of stuff has been pre-calced, so we know the route is like pretty much set in stone. But it's kind of why I like Manipless as a category, like we're doing here, where every run is different. So it means that the more knowledgeable you are, you can use that knowledge. You can use your knowledge of the ranges and how much damage you're going to take and the AI to greater effect, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what makes this category so neat, is it's very beginner friendly, and like every run is different. So it's I don't know. I think this category is really cool.
Yeah, it caters itself to a very dynamic experience. The reason I wanted to get into Gen 2 in particular was like I originally wanted to do Crystal, but you pretty much told me like you can, but Gold's just like a bit easier. And I'm honestly so glad that you guided me towards Gold, because I think with all of the spinners and like the movement and stuff like that, and all like the little, again, additional things, there's already a lot to know, and I think that's all stuff I'm happy to learn at some point. But I'm glad I'm starting here, because it gives me a little bit less just to kind of get a handle on before I go through that whole process. And it's really fun just to kind of see like the little improvements, and as I've done my runs so far, a lot of it has consisted of me kind of just gradually kind of getting better and better bearings for where to go, what to do, what time to do what. And like there are definitely times when I messed up. This run in particular, I have messed up a little bit of that nuance pretty much at every stage. But I'm like beginning to pick up like, oh wait, no, I shouldn't be doing this now, or I should be doing this now. Like I've had runs where I forgot to get strength on the way to Chuck, which of course you need strength to even push the boulders. That's kind of a big error.
It's hard talking and like having to think about stuff like if you've got a bit less experience with it though. So I think you've been doing very well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also talking, reading, and then talking, and then listening, and then it's a little bit, but it's it's hard. But yeah, we're making our way through these rocket grunts. So they have switches behind all of them, right? These 3 rocket grunts that we're going through. We actually do need to hit them in a sequential order. Notably, we need to hit them in order of 3, 2, 1, aka the one that I'm at right now is labeled 3. The one to the right is 2, and the one to the right of that one is 1. From there, we can go ahead and continue on through this dungeon, but we need to beat all the rocket grunts first. So we go walk up to this, turn this on, bada bing.
These switches as a kid, by the way, were almost impossible. I have no idea how I ever got through these as a kid. I think I just pressed them at random 100 times until I got lucky. But anyone who's just played this blind casually knows the hell this maze is. Because if you press them in the wrong combination, it'll open one, then it'll open another, and it might close one that you've already opened, and all kinds of stuff. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, some of the puzzles in the older Pokemon games were really confusing. Like, I to this day, I still genuinely have no idea how to get through Silph in Gen 1. That building is so weird. Like, when I was doing a little bit of Manipless Fire Red Leaf Green at one point, I remember very distinctly, like, having to stop and watch a tutorial during my first, like, couple of runs to, like, be able to get through. Like, I was watching a casual player get to the floor. Like, I was struggling that much because I couldn't figure it out, even as an adult.
I think the older games are definitely a lot less hand-holdy. Like,
yeah.
The newer generations are definitely more, I don't know, kid-friendly, I guess.
Yeah.
Even, like, in the modern games, you see, like, your rival gets, like, they'll choose the Pokemon that's weak to your starter, but in the old games like this, they choose the one that's strong against you, and just simple stuff like that, I think, has been dumbed down a bit in the newer games.
Can you give me your best back in my day impression? The back in my day, that one. It's old man yelling at Cloud when it comes to like the new Pokemon games a little bit.
I'm always yelling at Clouds.
That's me too though, because like I love Pokemon in pretty much every generation. Like, I'm a firm believer that there hasn't been an objectively bad generation of Pokemon. I think there are ones that I prefer, but there are ones that I definitely like think are plenty good still. Like, you know, I think if I were to rate my like top 3 Pokemon games, like Legends Arceus is probably in my top 3, for example, and that's obviously a very fresh entry into the series. So I do think Pokemon across its entire run has a series of great games. I didn't like Gen 5. You are preaching to the choir of Gen 5 haters. And by choir, I mean specifically me. I don't know your feelings on Gen 5 Lionheart, but I know that I have very select feelings towards it.
Gen 5 is extremely popular, I feel like. Especially... I don't know... I think Gen 4, casually... Like, I can remember my first couple of playthroughs of Platinum, and they were, like... I was blown away. I don't know. I'd say I really liked Gen 3 as a kid. Hoenn. Black and White's good though. I feel it's a bit controversial.
Fair.
I think the most forgettable ones for me were probably Sun and Moon.
Yeah, Sun and Moon are like not bad games, but they're not like super memorable. The most memorable part are like the Alolan forms, and like that being like the initial introduction of regional variants. But then they do it in Galar, and honestly, a lot of the Galarian Pokemon are kind of cooler. Like Galarian Ponyta and Rapidash, sick as can be.
Isn't Galar based on the UK? So
it's based on Scotland.
It's instantly better.
I don't know. Are you saying like Scotland's better than Hawaii? Like don't get me wrong, you're like coastal.
In every way.
I mean, you probably have less like price on milk and stuff like that. Give you that.
Scotland has deep fried Mars bars and Iron Brew. What more could you want?
Probably everything.
No. Hawaii does not come close. Everyone go to Scotland and spend your money there. Improve their tourism.
Scotland
Forget
forever.
about Hawaii.
Did Starter pay you to say that?
No, I'm actually half Scottish, so...
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You know, big ups.
I hope you express it.
Which half?
Which half? The left half. The right half is unfortunately English. Yeah.
07.
I cry myself to sleep about it every night, but It
I don't
is what
blame
it
you.
is.
I would too. I was going to say also about Gen 5, just really quick to interject. I don't fully hate Gen 5. I don't want to say that, but I don't like it anywhere near as much as everyone else seems to. I think it has great music, and I think it has some interesting characters, but I think it's just largely very overrated. And when I played it when I was a kid, I actively didn't like it. And I don't really like to revise my opinions, because I refuse change actively. um, no,
If you tried Black 2,
I have, and I think it's fine. What I would say, I think Black and White 1 are like a solid like 6 out of 10 for me. Like they're playable, they're fun, they're enjoyable like a once through. I think Black and White 2 probably 7 out of 10 for me. Like they're good, they're all right. They're not like earth-shatteringly crazy. I think Pokemon peaked in Heart Gold Soul Silver and began to go downhill from there. As far as it goes for like overall like mainline quality, with like occasional dips back into greatness with like again like Arceus, for example. That's those are my general Gen 5 opinions. I'm sorry to all the Gen 5 lovers for telling you that I hate your game, but it had to be said, even though it didn't. But it had to be said. It's a good enough game, and I understand why people like it, but it just doesn't hit for me the same way it does for certain people. And so here we're finally forgetting Bite in favor of Return. So our Totodile loves us, by the way, at this point. And by our Totodile, I mean our what is it, for alligator at this point, right? That's what it's called. So this guy loves us, so Return's going to deal a lot of good damage. One thing that Generation 2 introduced is the Friendship stat, which of course comes into play specifically with the moves Return and Frustration, as well as like certain evolutions. However, Return is a very, very strong move because we get it for free. And then from there, once we have it, we are able to utilize it. It just kind of puts in work for us. It's just one of the strongest, if not the strongest move that we have in our arsenal at this point. Of course, depending on the situation.
Yeah, I think at this point in the game, Return is about like 82-ish base power, but it ramps up in damage output based on how happy our Feraligatr is, as Dylan was saying. So when it peaks, it won't max out until we're in Kanto. It becomes 102 base power, which is essentially our strongest move. And because it's a normal type, there's not much in this game that resists normal type moves. So normal type ends up actually being kind of OP. Yeah. Also, I think Gen 2 introduced Friendship for the most part, but it technically was first introduced in Yellow because
Oh, you're right with Pikachu. Yeah.
Pikachu had a friendship mechanic where you could like talk to it and it would tell you how happy it was. And you actually needed a happy Pikachu to get the free Bulbasaur in Cerulean.
That is actually a very good point that I forgot about.
Yeah,
no,
it's okay. It's okay to be wrong, Dylan. Don't worry about
Hey,
it.
listen, I'm
we'll
no
let you off
stranger
this
to it. I need that. I need that as much as I can, honestly. Yeah, no, it's it is definitely a thing in Yellow. You're absolutely right. I can't believe I forgot about that because like Yellow was the way I played Gen 1 as a kid. Because like the first Pokemon game I ever played was Pokemon Crystal. My brothers had Gold and Silver, and my parents got me a copy of Crystal. But what ended up happening is my eldest brother, gave me his copy of Yellow later in life, and I tried Yellow for the first time, and I'm like, oh my god, I love this game. I definitely knew that was a thing, and kind of forgot. Don't lie. Escaped my mind. It evaded me.
Sometimes they can be the most minor of things, but like Pokemon has in some ways they've introduced mechanics, but in very small and specific ways in like generations before they were like mainline things. Like that was a good one there with like the Pikachu having the friendship. And technically, the physical special split was in Generation 3, but it was very specifically only XD Gale of Darkness.
Yeah, yeah.
That's actually true. Yeah, it's weird to think about. Because it was in Coliseum, right?
No, because Coliseum, it was because of the Shadow move. Coliseum
Yeah.
only had Shadow Rush, and then XD came out with all of these different moves, but some of them were physical and some of them were special, even though they were all a same type. And then Gen 4 comes out with the full-on split.
That is so crazy to think about.
Generation 8 brought in dynamics for everything, but dynamic speed technically was in Gen 7, specifically tied to Mega Evolution. So it's like there's this odd mechanics throughout the generations that you can spot where it's like, no, they tested that.
Yeah, they give it a
But,
test
like, you
run
might
and see
not
how it
realise.
goes. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Kind of weird because they also like, I mean, obviously like that's for like testing the mechanics. They also like do that with Pokemon, right? Like, one thing that there's somebody in my chat. I don't wanna put them on blast too hard, but they insist that Slugma and Macargo are not Generation 2 Pokemon, despite the fact that we fight them in this run. Which is really funny to me because, like, you know, you have the proof in front of you. But, like, they insist that they're Gen 3 because they're more prominent in Gen 3. Like, we were talking before about Mischievous is not really seen. And stuff like that. Like, you know, there are a lot of Pokemon in this game that just you don't see throughout it. And, you know, Slugma and Macargo are not, like, super common, but you do actually see them is the funny thing. Like, I could understand if they said Mischievous was Gen 3. I could see that. You know, I could see that argument. But Slugma, Macargo, and I kind of feel like we need to bully some people for that, Lionheart. What do you think?
I'm all for bullying people, yeah.
Okay. So, let me just get this straight. So, you're saying on ESA, the European Speedrun Assembly, that you are pro-bullying as much as possible. Just to make sure. Like, I just want to make sure we're on the same page, you know?
If they have wrong opinions about Pokemon,
Okay, yeah. I'm with this.
Which I think everything I say is right and they're wrong, then yeah, bullying is correct. Yeah.
Okay, I like this. All right, I just want to make sure we had that all fully right here. That's a good call. Also, can I please have silence? This is a very important part of the run. There are quiz questions here. This is very important. I could very easily mess this up and lose the run. Yeah, I can't. No, I can't. He can't do that. It's question 4, Magic Card. Yeah, no, he can't. And then this is the last one. If I mess this up, the run might die. Yes, Marie is. Okay. Anyway.
It actually is a very important part. If you forget this, you lose like 5 minutes, because I've done this in a run where I've forgotten to get the radio card. Notably, before we got the radio card, we also talked to Mary, I think she's called, and she gave us an item called the Pink Bow. We'll equip that a little later, and the Pink Bow boosts the power of normal type moves by 10%. Oh, this guy's scary. This guy's a rotator, by the way. He can't hit you.
Oh, I'm dumb. I didn't know he was. Is it down or is it up? Down.
Stay on the bottom and then up now. There you go.
That section I always actually forget which one's on top, which is on bottom.
So yeah, Pink Bow boosts power of normal type moves by an additional 10. So like we were saying with Return, once it's beefed up to 102 base power, that gets an additional 10%. So we'll be extra beefy.
Here I am a little under PP'd at the moment. So I'm going to have to use a return here on the second Pidgeotto. Just a little note there. I am supposed to be at 2, I believe, at that point. I am at 1, unfortunately. I think I had to do an extra move due to a range.
Fine. Yeah. You don't need strengths from here, really, but you'll be fine. You've still got an extra ether, I think, anyway, right?
Also, little exercise for everybody here in the chat. If you guys at all are able to, please feel free to donate to the Make-A-Wish Foundation, specifically with the message being, what is your favorite Pokemon? And that will tell you whether you are right or wrong for that Pokemon. Being your favorite. And if it's wrong, I will not apologize. I will simply bully you with love and, you know, all in the name of charity. So please tell.
The thing is,
Oh, I just went the wrong way.
Yeah.
It's fine. I'll fix this. We're good.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, go right, down, up, left, up, left.
Wait.
No, not right. Back.
I'm like I actually was like looking at the map and I fully messed this up. Hold on. Let me just restart. Okay, I see. So I want to go from.
Yo. No, you finished it, dude. Go back. You're at the end.
Oh, I am at the. No. Oh my god, dude. I'm actually having a moment. I'm actually having.
You are having a moment.
I'm actually having a moment.
Go to the right.
I was yapping so much and not like paying any attention to what I was doing.
You've cooked this as well. Okay, left, up, right. There you go.
Anyway.
We're having many moments, but it's fine.
Yeah, it's okay.
You're showcasing what it's like to do Ice Path
the right way.
Without maps, yeah. The real way, the way you're supposed to do it.
Yeah, Manipless, without cheating. I'm gonna activate strength on this one.
Then
we're gonna go and push this one. Yep. No, trust me, I realize we're good. So here we need to push this boulder down into a hole. This one really doesn't matter. We're simply gonna go around it. Up and around this way. Push this guy up a little bit. Bada bing, bada boom. Push this boulder over a little bit. And then push it down into a nice little hole there. We get to move on the frames while it's falling. Go down here. Up and then right. Okay. Now we go and continue on our merry way. Pell's effect wore off. Did I YOLO this? I'm gonna YOLO this.
No. You can just buy more max spells than you thought it. That's fine.
Is it this one I want to go off of? Yes. I always forget which of the tiles I want to go off on that one specifically. Alright, and then we go ahead and go on through this area. And then we go ahead and make it out into Blackthorn City. So here is our final town in Johto that we will be visiting. And here in the gym, before we even do anything, we're going to go ahead and do our bag. We are going to give the pink bow, cute little pink bow on her for alligator. And then we're going to go ahead and talk to our first trainer here in the gym. So, this guy, cool trainer Paul, I believe has 3 Drakinis, right?
Dragon type gym. There was only one new dragon type introduced in this game. Thankfully, we do get to see it. But kind of similar to the other gyms that we've seen so far. We don't get to see a lot of variety, but
yep, it is.
It's cool that we get a dragon type gym though.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the fact that like they have a dragon type gym and the the champion. I'm not gonna tell you who it is, but we might have already talked to him and engaged with him at different points in this run. I kind of wish they picked another type.
Spoiled it.
No, I would never. Everyone here, like, listen, Twitch chatters, if there's one for sure thing, if I'm a Twitch chatter and I'm listening to somebody talk about Pokemon, my brain turns off. Like, I can only assume everyone operates off of that same mantra. Like, nobody even heard what I said, right, guys? Type 1 if you didn't hear what I said. Type 2 if you've committed tax fraud. Type 3 if you want to donate to ESA's wonderful Make-A-Wish Foundation. They didn't even hear number 2. They didn't even hear that part of it. I know they just didn't hear it. No shot. 59. See, they don't even know numbers. They didn't even say like numbers I said.
I can't even count that high. That's crazy.
1 to 46, I think, is how it goes usually. See, exactly. Lamp. See, that's what I'm saying. These chatters get it. Look at all these goats. They know what it's all about. 4? I think 4 is a good option. Alright, so next up we have Cool Trainer Cody. Unfortunately, it's not Cool Trainer Cody Rhodes, although he is blonde. We are simply going to go ahead and just destroy all of his creatures with return. Once again, this move is just very strong at this stage in the run, and as Lionheart previously mentioned, avoiding specifically using moves that are super effective is going to be really valuable at this stage. The wall Ice Punch would always kill everything no matter what TM. We kind of want to avoid that. Well, actually, it wouldn't kill everything. It wouldn't kill specifically Seadra or Horsey, I believe, potentially, because of it being water type versus ice.
Yeah. Interestingly, with the two Seadras here, neither of the Seadras die in one hit, but on Fran, the first trainer, she's a female cool trainer, so she has AI that is a bit less aggressive. So she is more inclined to use status moves, so she will more often go for Leah or Smokescreen, and the male trainer, Cody, has more aggressive AI, and he more commonly goes for damaging moves like Twister. I just think that's kind of neat.
Yeah, a little nuance to that. So right here, we're fighting cool trainer Lola, and yes, she was a showgirl, but that was 30 years ago when we used to have a show. Her best Pokemon's is Dragonair. It's the first Dragonair we see in the run. However, unfortunately for it, it explodes into a pile of what was a Dragonair off of an Ice Punch.
Would consider either healing or saving.
Yes, I'm going to do both, actually, because I am, with the way the RNG has gone in this run, I am very scared. I am living in fear. Pop a
this fight,
hyper potion. Want to continue?
This fight is generally quite okay, but everyone who's speedrun this game a lot has lost runs pace-wise to this fight. The Dragonairs are rangers, particularly with bad special. You might have noticed that Dylan used some calciums earlier. The reason that we get calcium is to boost the special attack of our Feraligatr. And some of the Pokemon that it's useful for boosting our special attack is these Dragonairs. Because even though we're using a super effective Ice Punch, it's actually not quite good enough. And her ace, Kingdra, is also actually a range to die in 2 hits. If you've got bad attack. I think it's guaranteed with like perfect attack, but these Dragonairs, if you miss a range and they live, they're very likely to use Thunder Wave. And then if you heal the Thunder Wave, they're very likely to use Dragon Breath, which can paralyze you again.
Mm-hmm.
So it can snowball. And Kingdra has Hyper Beam, Smokescreen, which is bad because it lowers our accuracy.
And crit the Kingdra. Wish we critted. Smokescreen is not great, but we will simply hit it with another return. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters, really.
Yeah. So in that instance, like, even though we've had our accuracy dropped, it's correct to just YOLO because A, it's just faster, and it's 75% to hit through after the accuracy drop. The other niche thing about Claire is certain trainers, particularly boss fights in the later part of the game, do have healing items. So Claire, for example, if she is between 1/4 and 1/2 of her max HP, she's 20% to use a hyper potion. So in that instance, you could see she was under 50%. So she can use a hyper potion there. So we don't want to give her extra turns to potentially heal. So it's best to not X accuracy if we can get away with it.
Yep. Now here we are in the Dragon's Den. Not the famous UK TV show where I think there are products and things like that, and people get to be like, hey, listen, invest in my thing, and then
You need to teach Whirlpool, dude.
I don't want to, though. What if I just don't?
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Runs
No,
over.
right.
Thanks, ESA. Please donate. Show's over. This is where it ends.
Yeah, I kind of forgot to do that. We were actually supposed to do that when we were learning, when we were putting the pink bow on our Feraligatr, which, by the way, if anybody wants to take this as an incentive, It would be really funny if you drew a picture of a really adorable fur alligator with a nice pink bow on it. That is all. It would just be cool. Thank you. That is all. Yeah, we're supposed to teach Poliwag both Waterfall and Whirlpool there, but unfortunately I may have forgotten to. It's fine. It doesn't really lose much time. We technically would have packed anyway, but it's all good. It'll lose us, like, if anything, maybe a second and a half as opposed to when we actually did it, so not a big deal. But yes, we're in the Dragon's Den in search of the Dragon Scale, which is this item here, and then it's Dragon Fang, sorry. And then once we acquire this, Claire is going to come back, and she's like, hey, listen, I think you're really strong. And then she's gonna give us a badge, because we found an item on the ground. Thank you, Claire. I genuinely think this interaction is so weird and needless, but I love that at least it introduces the Dragon's Den in gold. There's like a little bit more nuance to it in Crystal, but obviously it's not really very relevant here. So here, before we get into Victory Road and everything, we're going to be flying back to New Barktown, doing a little bit of like walking on a route and doing some like trainer stuff. So Mizzo, if you would like to, please feel free to take this time before we get into E4 and everything to let us know any and everything that you have to mention about the wonderful Make-A-Wish Foundation, my friend.
Oh, God, where do I even start, brother? See, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're here for. Amazing, absolutely amazing charity who have helped hundreds of thousands of kids over the years. 30,000 in the last year alone across 50 countries. We're talking about Waynes anywhere from the age of 3 to even up until, you know, their late teenage, all these wonderful kids who are just going through a horrible time, and that one little thing can just make everything so much better. We've had so many stories of children that have had these positive experiences with Make-A-Wish, who have then gone on to get through whatever it is that was illness, physical. It was, you know, it's a tragedy that it's wee Waynes we're talking about, right? So every single penny, dollar, whatever it is you can afford, even if it's just, even if you can't support financially, even if it's just sharing out the fact that events like this are happening and getting other people, getting your friends, families involved, getting it out on social media, spreading the word is still doing something towards making sure that we can provide as much support to such a fantastic charity as we possibly can. I've actually had the pleasure of meeting a few people will probably know them from in chat, but meeting April from Make-A-Wish, who physically comes out to the ESA events to take part. And let me tell you, we definitely are like, nope, you're getting on camera, Mrs. Like, she comes and she gets put to use, absolutely. So, we at ESA, me personally, and Dylan, I know you and Lion as well, could not be prouder to be getting involved in such an amazing charity. And to try and help incentivize those, because we're a part of Jingle Jam, which is the big Yogcast charity event at Christmas. So everybody in chat, either you're going to know this or we're going to inform you, you can get yourself in on a donation for the ESA Jingle Jam shirt. It's got a list of all of the runners and the games that have happened over this amazing weekend, and it's actually, I believe the front is actually blank. So if you're actually coming to an event, get those runners to sign that shirt for you, man. Make that thing a piece of memorabilia. I think we've just walked into a trainer there. But what you can also do is, if you do exclamation mark, I'm going to help you out here because we have both exclamation mark donate and exclamation mark schedule in the chat. If the bot decides to work, there we go. Thanks, bot. Where you can actually get involved by, if you donate £35, yeah, pounds, not dollars. I keep catching myself out. You donate £35, you can get yourself in for the Jingle Jam game bundle. So we're not just asking you to put money to an amazing charity and not get anything out of it. So make sure you're absolutely maximizing your donation when you get us in. Get your shirts, get your bundles. If you're going to if you're going to ESA Winter in the middle of February, or if you're going to be experiencing it from home, you can get yourself a shirt. A portion of that will go towards Jingle Jam and Make-A-Wish, but also you will get a discount on any ESA merch that you get in the upcoming winter event. Which, Dylan, at this point, I feel as if I'm going to have to pick you up something and then get it to you at summer just to make sure that you come.
I promise. I'm eyeing up that Goosebert t-shirt that Laura made. If you guys haven't seen it, it's like this it's like this little parental advisory type vibe. Like a really almost like an album cover, but of ESA's beloved Goosebert. That's the shirt I'm personally eyeing up. I'm probably gonna pick that up here once the event itself rolls around. Which, again, if you guys do pick up a shirt now, you will get a voucher for the merchandise for ESA Winter. So if you guys want to get some awesome swag and support a great cause, it is a phenomenal way to do it. Listen, if you end up going to ESA Summer in particular, and you want your Jingle Jam shirt signed by me, I am more than happy to sign it at whatever time best suits you, because I won't be there for winter, unfortunately, but summer, you can count on me being there for sure. But yeah, Mizzo, thank you for all of that, by the way. Huh?
No problem, buddy. Want me to send it back to you?
No, go ahead, continue.
I was going to say, we'll need to kidnap you into ESA 2 for like a whole day when we get you at summer. But I've actually, for those people that are in the chat, I've actually just linked the Speedrun store just to give you a visual on our upcoming shirts. And it has a fantastic high quality image of the Jingle Jam shirt, just so that everybody knows exactly what it's getting. And yeah, we've actually partnered. It's kind of this ongoing trying to... ESA is like trying to provide a space where content creators and communities, things like that, can use us as a basis to try and bring their own communities to life. So for this run, we're doing this fantastic collaboration with Lumi Laura, fantastic spiral runner and her community, and you get to see where it's like this kind of odd early 2000s like kind of like album cover style shirt where it's like the blooming Comic Sans and everything, and it even has the like parental advisory sticker on the bottom of it and everything. Like it's hilarious, and it really goes to show that simplicity can really just pull out a cracking design. But we also have the amazing the original ESA controller shirt, which is brought back from years ago, and we have the Japanese style event shirt, which I believe you actually have the summer one, buddy. So like you can, me and you can say we go, no, this stuff raw.
Yeah. Now overall, like I gotta say, like ESA, you guys pulled some very good design for the merch, the badges, everything, all the artwork that gets into ESA. Like, there's some wonderful artists in my community. I don't know if Zilla is still here currently, but they are somebody who I actually want to link up with you guys to potentially do some artwork for you, because they do some awesome seller stuff, and I imagine they could do some great stuff for stickers or whatever. And the fortunate thing about being in speedrunning is there's a lot of incredibly talented people when it comes to artwork, when it comes to, kind of like a little bit of everything, in all honesty, like music, whatever have you. So like over the years, I've really seen a lot of people kind of, get into ESA and like mess with things for ESA and make some cool stuff. Like you're saying, Laura with the designs this year, but even just the ones you guys have had for each ESA I've attended the last few. Just some awesome stuff. So as mentioned, pick up some swag, speedrun.store, pick up the Jingle Jam shirt, get some awesome vouchers for discounts on the winter wear from ESA Winter this coming February, and just make sure you've got yourself outfitted with some awesome outfits. All that being said, I think I'll take it all the way back here with Lionheart for right now. Mizzo, thank you so much, brother. We're gonna be entering. Absolutely, brother. We're gonna be entering Victory Road. Victory Road is going to be some kind of it's not interesting. I'm not even gonna try to pretend it is. It's a far cry from the Generation 1 version. So for this whole entire dungeon, we just used repels. There are no trainer battles. All right, repels effect wore off. Pack, super repel, bada bing, bada boom, and yeah, it's just not it's really not that engaging, comparatively to like Gen 1 and like even later gens like Victory Roads. It's literally just a walk in the park, and then you're through. And all you need to do now is fight the rival, who now will have a full team. Not all fully evolved, but a full team at the very least. Lionheart, do you think anything about this rival fight beyond he's red and he's here? Well, not red. He's actually silver, but you know what I mean.
Yes, I hate him. Because this trainer actually cost me Crystal Record like 2.5 weeks ago, for what it's worth. Or he's one of the reasons. Primarily because of the Meganium, which is a range. You guessed it, a range. I think in this game it's guaranteed with like 11 special, but I don't know what special we've got. So it might die, it might not. But other than that, this fight is pretty straightforward. Thankfully, we get like a free setup because his lead is Sneasel. I think it's kind of neat how he changes the order that he sends stuff out in. Like he leads a Sneasel in this one, but in the last fight he led with Golbat, and if you fight him in Burn Tower, I think he leads with Haunter. That's kind of cool.
Fun fact about the Rivals inclusion of having a Sneasel. In the Pokemon Adventures manga, the first panel you ever see of Silver is him and his Sneasel, like almost like they're like duct taped to like the ceiling of the Pokemon lab in Little Root Town. Not Little Root. What's it called? Twinleaf? No. What's the first town in this game called? Lionheart? It's escaping me. Is it Little Root? No,
Newbark.
Newbark. Okay. The first towns outside of Pallet, I don't know them by heart all that well. They're usually pretty forgettable. But yeah, that is what Silver ends up doing in the manga. Is he's just hanging out on the ceiling for some reason. And then
that's so random.
and he already has a Sneasel, but he's just there to like, steal some other Pokemon. Alright, so here we're picking up 11 max repels and 11 full restores. And then, we're on our way into the Elite Four. Are there any specific ones you think I should save at?
Not yet.
I was going to say, I don't think I want to save at any until probably Lance, right?
Yeah, we'll see how we go. E4's quite interesting. From here until Karen, we can kind of manipulate Karen's AI a little bit based on our HP. You've heard me talk a little bit about, our HP or your opponent's HP maybe influencing what moves they use or if they heal or whatever. And we, ideally, when we start the Karen fight, we want to be below 50% max HP, but high enough to tank 2 feint attacks. So the sweet spot is like 45 to like 85, right? Which is harder than it sounds.
God, Executor's right head is so awful. Why does he look like that, Lionheart?
He's just having a good time, dude.
I don't like him. Why does he look anyway? Continue your point. I apologize. I said a comment on that Executor. I have to do it every time.
I feel bad for him now.
I don't. I think he got what he deserved. I hate him. I feel bad for this guy though. I love Slowbro. Slowbro is a top tier Pokemon. Just a goat. Look at him. Look at that happy little face he's got going on there. So yeah, this is of course Will. He, you set up on Xatu with a special attack, or an X special rather, and then you pretty much just walk through him for the most part. He's not exactly all that engaging of a fight. You can, of course, get hit, as I did. But even with that, it's not like I got confused, fortunately. And
yeah, we actually want Psychic ideally. Will is his Xatu that we set up on is 50-50 to use Confuse Ray or Psychic. Obviously we want Psychic because if he uses Confuse Ray, we heal it with a full heal, and then he uses Psychic anyway, so it just loses like 8 seconds or whatever. So ideally we just get Psychic, and the Slowbro is a 2-shot range, and if it can be a bit slow, it can use Psychic, which can ruin our HP, or it can use Curse, which is pretty slow.
Yep. Those can, of course, cause a myriad of issues, depending on, what happens. But fortunately, we didn't encounter any of that. However, what we are going to encounter very quickly here in this fight is a necessity to utilize an X accuracy. So you saw there, Ariados used Double Team. That is going to cause them to be very hard to hit. So we're going to use an X accuracy in addition to our X special in order to make very quick work of the rest of this. His later Pokemon also utilize some form of evasive move, so it's just pretty good to have access to that. Notably, the Muck has minimized, I think it is, right?
Yeah, the Muck. So the Muck is a 2-shot. We can't 1-shot it, and it's quite likely to use minimize. And his Ace is a Crobat, which is quite likely to use Double Team, and it's always faster than us. So that's a good point, really. In theory, you could skip the X accuracy, but there's a good chance that you would have to hit through 3 different lots of evasion. So it's actually quite a risky strategy. So we get Acid Armor there, which just boosts his defense. This hopefully kills. Yeah. Generally, Surf though.
Okay.
I would full restore.
Yeah. Yeah, so there we unfortunately don't get the kill off of that with the Acid Armor. Like Lionheart said, it was better actually to Ice Punch there, I think, right?
Generally, we Surf after that, but it's fine.
I figure you would want to keep the Surf PP higher, though, because don't you need 4 by Lance, or am I crazy?
Ice Punch doesn't always kill. But it doesn't matter, but you would Surf.
Gotcha.
And then Ice Punch thankfully kills this Crobat.
That is pretty good. Get through Crobat at least. Go ahead and continue on here. So fun fact, Koga, a little thing to mention about him. You might note that he is Koga from Kanto. He is the gym leader from, I forget the city. But he's the poison type gym leader there. Fuchsia, yep. I was gonna say Saffron. I'm like, no, that's Sabrina. Yeah, Fuchsia, of course, having the Safari Zone and everything there. But he ends up being an Elite Four. He gets promoted. That is because, the way that the champion, everything kind of changed around a little bit. So a slot in the Elite Four may have opened.
One of my favorite 2 Gen 2 Pokemon. Hitmontop. Notoriously awkward to get hold of, though. This fight's quite interesting. We set up an X attack. His Ace, which is a Machamp, is surprisingly bulky. So we actually have to go to +2 to guarantee that we one-shot Machamp. The Hitmontop will almost always use Dig, like 98% of the time. So we basically get a free setup, right? Because we'll use an X attack, he digs underground, we can use the second X attack, we take the damage, and then we just sweep his team. So it's actually really convenient that he happens to use Dig, since we have to go to +2. The other 2%, obviously I said he's 98% to use Dig, he can use Detect on either turn, which makes him impervious to our attack, which is pretty annoying, but there's various Pokemon throughout the run that are like 1 or 2% to use Protect or Detect. But thankfully we haven't seen any of those yet.
Nice, quick, easy little fight, and because we are at high enough HP, we are not going to need to heal before Karen or anything like that. Simply kind of continue on our way. So that is all we got for Bruno. We don't talk about Bruno. Now we just get to see Karen, the baddie, if you will. Sorry, she's a really hard trainer. She's like really bad. Strong. Lionheart, help me. Lionheart?
Did you call her?
I should call her. Chat, should I call her? Anyway.
So, Karen leads with Umbreon, which is surprisingly bulky. And it has a really awkward moveset. So it's got Sand Attack, which obviously lowers our accuracy. And she also has Confuse Ray. So we see it. So this is like a really common thing to get when you're at high HP. So like I was saying, it's more of an advanced, I suppose, strategy is you go in deliberately at lower HP. Because when you're at lower HP, she is more likely to just use Feint Attack and not use Sand or Confuse Ray, which is obviously a bit faster. It's a bit riskier because a lot of the time, if you get crit, it's just over. But those are the risks that Pokemon speedrunners take. But yeah, kind of a awkward fight. I know in like Crystal Manipt, for example, where they've got Raikou, they actually like deliberately stall on some of Bruno's Pokemon to try and get good HP. Like they deliberately take damage to manipulate their HP for this fight. So yeah, pretty cool.
Making our way through. Yeah, it's one of the things to keep in mind. I was mentioning it before with Surf. So right here, I'm going to elect to utilize Ice Punch here instead of Surf, just so we make sure we have the right amount of Surf for later. And then other than that, we're pretty much clear on Erin. I was about to call her Agatha. I don't know why. I don't know why my brain wants to think that she's Agatha, but she very much is not. Agatha has retired. She's gone forever. And yeah, Houndoom, hi and bye. I'll see you later, buddy. And yeah, we're pretty much all good to go. And now we only have the champion remaining. The Elite Four defeated. There's only one challenge awaiting us. And then we have beaten the game, as is any percent, kind of technically, if you think about it.
1 hour ahead of estimate. How does he do it? Unbelievable.
Can't believe it. He's crazy. I'm of course being a bit facetious, as this is not the final fight in the game. However, it does in fact feature the best song, in my opinion, in all of Pokemon. The best champion theme at the very least. You're of course going to be battling. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, Gen 2 does have some of the best songs, but this is one of them, yeah.
It is just so good. It gets utilized 3 different times in the run. I like to point out at 2 of them. Notably Lance here. Of course, the champion. Dragon Master. I love this song. It's a song that I very commonly actually use in the TikTok account I mentioned before. In the background. For a lot of the voiceovers I did. Because I just love this song so much. I would commonly just chuck in the background because it's such a good banger. Anyway, Lance has a Gyarados, 3 Dragonites, and an Aerodactyl, as well as a Charizard. These Dragonites are all, of course, under-leveled to be Dragonites. Of course, they evolve at level 55 if we owned a Dragonair. But Lance cheats and has 3 at level 47, 47, and 50, respectively. But, you know, it's okay. He's the champion, so I guess he gets to cheat. I don't know.
That's the conspiracy that he's working with Team Rocket, where they were forcing the Gyarados to evolve early, like the Magikarps. And that's how he got the early leveled up Dragonites. He was working with Team Rocket to evolve them early.
Honestly, it would make sense. All right, unfortunately, we don't hit the range on that Dragonite. We will get outraged, though.
Ice Punch again.
Yep.
Yeah,
We
nice.
simply finish him off. It is A-okay, that is fine. And then the last two Pokemon are, again, going to be the Aerodactyl and the Charizard. So here comes Charizard coming in hot. We will
It is
simply
quite
serve.
funny that we don't one-shot that Dragonite, even though it's 4 times weak to ice, but it's like ridiculously bulky and it has very high HP stat.
I joked during one of my first runs saying it was a multi-scale Dragonite, which, if you're not aware, is the hidden ability of Dragonite. In later generations, there are abilities, and each Pokemon is outfitted with a hidden ability, which comes off of a very low catch rate to capture it and to find that hidden ability. But I oftentimes will cite whenever I don't one-shot nowadays. I call it multi-scale Dragonite. Is when kind of funny. It's probably not funny. Okay.
I'll laugh next time you say it. I'll laugh. Don't worry.
No, you won't. Nobody ever laughs. It's not even funny. Anyway, we're the Pokemon champion, guys. We did it. We're the strongest trainer in the world. So here, Professor Oak's like, "Wow, you did it," and then he's like yammering and yapping, and Mary's like, "Can we get an interview?" And I'm like, "Whoa, yeah, let's do it." And Lance is like, "Yeah, let's just not do this. I'm gonna go in here." We follow him in here, and then he complains, and then she starts pacing. And then these are really pretty floor texture. I really like the tiles here. I'm really sad they only exist in this one room. And yeah, we get inducted into the Hall of Fame. Congratulations, guys. We are in the Hall of Fame all together, all of us. We did this.
We did this, that's right.
We did this. So,
everyone in chat contributed to this moment.
When you think about it, they did. Really. Saving record, do not turn off. Okay. Anyway. So we reset the console there after we get the saving thing off our screen. And then we click continue. We continue our merry way. And, oh, it does not automatically. I forget that I have to walk a step. So we're getting a call from Professor Elm after that's all done. Basically, we do that to skip the credits. It takes an incredibly long time to watch the credits, so we don't want to do that. And instead, we get a call from Elm. Come over here, get the SS ticket, which allows us now to enter the Kanto region properly. Now, before there was a dialogue box that actually notated that we took our first steps into Kanto. However, that was a bit of a, you know, a little bit of a sign of what's to come. So, basically, now that we have access to that SS ticket, we can properly take the SSN or the SS Victory or the SS whatever the thing is called, and we can make our way into Kanto properly. The repels effect wore off, unfortunately. Thank God. I was really scared that we wouldn't get more encounters while going on this wonderful boat. But yeah, we're gonna enter the SS Victory. I think is what this actually is called. I think that's what the boat's called in this game.
I think it's SS Aqua.
No, what is the SS Victory? Where am I getting that from? Is that the one for like the Sevi Islands? Maybe thinking of. Anyway, this guy lost his granddaughter because he's a really bad grandparent. We're gonna go over here, and this guy is gonna block our path, and we're like, dude, what are you doing? Instead, I'm gonna open my Pokemon menu for arbitrary reasons. That was a manip for the Gulp and the Spyro 2 run I'll be doing later in this event.
Oh, you manipped in a Manipless run?
No,
Mods.
I cheated.
Mods.
Wait, you're mods. Yeah?
Oh, wait, I am a mod. Oh, you're banned.
Fuck. Oh, man. Anyway, so that guy basically told us his friend's being lazy, and then we have to go find his friend. His friend's in this room. We talk to him, then we battle him. This is there's Stanley. Unfortunately, it's not spelled like Stan Lee, so we're not going to be fighting Iron Man. We're going to be fighting him with Chop. But it's okay, because Feraligatr can just return the favor. Hitting the return button. See, it was kind of good. That was kind of a good line, don't you think? Anyway, we move.
Crickets.
Machoke here is going to fall to return here. And then we have one more Pokemon. And this battle is like, you just become champion, right? And the first fight that you have in the speedrun is just some random guy in a boat. Like, after you become champion. He has a level 26 Psyduck. Like, what is this guy doing?
He's just minding his business, though. Like, he's skiving off work. He's, like, just I don't know, smoking in this room, chilling, and then the champion of the region shows up and kicks his ass and is like, "Go back to work." I feel bad for this guy. He's just trying to earn a living, you know. When we go and beat him up.
Evidently, he's not trying to earn it. He's trying to, weasel his way through it. He's not doing his work. If you ask me, he deserved it.
We've all been there, you know. You just.
I would never.
You're having a hard day. You just want to go hide in a room and cry. You know, we've all been there.
I mean, listen, dude. Hiding in a room and crying is one thing, but like, listen, there's this like little girl that's lost. It's kind of his fault. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how it's actually his fault, or if it is, or whatever happened here, because I skipped the dialogue and I don't read. I barely know how to read, in all honesty. But we get the metal coat, so we can evolve our Scyther into Scizor. Thank you. Very nice to get that in the post game of the video game. That way I can't ever have a Scizor beforehand. Anyway, the SS Aqua, we have docked in Vermilion City, which you probably might remember a little bit. Here we're gonna go all the way out over this way, and then we're gonna go into our Pokemon, go to Kenya, and then we are actually going to fly to Vermilion. Now, you might think to yourself, well, why don't we just walk? It's kind of far. We don't like walking. We're going to do this instead. Now, I'm going to activate a max repel here, because I actually forgot to do it during my menuing. And we're going to do a lot of moving on our way through Kanto here. So, there's a section coming up, which I'm going to be very focused on the audio for. Because I use certain audio cues to know when I'm hitting rocks. It is a completely dark section of the run. You will not be able to see anything of what I'm doing. You'll very vaguely be able to see like the outline of Pokeballs and stuff like that. But for the most part, this section is going to be very challenging. However, before that, we do have one fight. Lionheart, what do you make of what we're coming into next, being Rock Tunnel? What do you make of this section? If you were to describe it to a newcomer.
It's pretty daunting. I actually really like Rock Tunnel. It's pretty satisfying to like get good at, but obviously, the reason we go through Rock Tunnel is the alternative is to go on Route 9, sort of east of Cerulean, but we have to fight several mandatory trainers. So the alternative is this.
I'm also going to save at the start, just on the very off chance I get lost here. I think it's just a good strat to employ here, just on the very off chance. I don't anticipate I will, but I'm going to be listening out for audio cues here. Okay, so I hear myself bouncing against there. There we go. Boom, go up. And now here, down a few tiles. Nice. Now here, I believe I go down. Okay. Now here, another thing to mention is with the pack. You saw there, I actually got like a little bit of a flash so I can kind of see where I am. So here I know I need to go down one tile and then left. That wasn't really intentional, but it worked out in a very nice way. Down. Okay. Boom. Here I know where to go at this point. Very nice. Good rock tunnel, actually. Very nice.
How about you?
Here we enter on in to the Pokemon Center. Pop ourselves right back out. The reason for that is a routing thing with the Abra that we picked up earlier. You will see that come into play a little bit later in the run. It was actually very nice. I'm happy that Rock Tunnel didn't go awry. I was really scared about that.
Yeah. So, obviously, you might wonder, isn't it just better to get Flash or whatever? But Flash is hidden behind several mandatory trainers. It's in Violet City, at the top of Sprout Tower. And I think you have to fight like 4 or 5 trainers, which is obviously extremely slow. And we don't have anything to teach Flash to anyway. I think you like hatch Togepi and that can learn Flash. So the alternative is we just bike in the dark. And it's not as bad as you think. Like Dylan was using the strategy of you deliberately bonk on the walls, and when you have the map in your head or whatever, you can visualize where you are based on the walls. Some like more advanced strategies are you can like look at your character and count the amount of bike pedals that you take, and you know where you are based on the bike pedals and stuff like that. It's kind of crazy how good some of the top runners are at biking in the dark.
Yeah. Conversely, though, I am not one of them, and
that was good though. Like considering you're like a newish runner, that was genuinely pretty good.
Yeah, I'm proud of that rock tunnel, honestly, and a marathon setting, that is probably one of the scarier parts of the run for me, because when it goes wrong and you can't physically see or explain why it's going wrong, it's like, oh, egg on face immediately. So I'm happy. I'm just happy we got through it without a hitch. So here, one thing about double battles in this game, and actually this was important back in Azalea, but it comes up again now. If you ever go up to a set of trainers where like they're kind of together, which one you go up to actually matters as to which one they'll send out first. In this case, we one-shot both Pokemon. Yeah, it does change the dynamic of certain parts of the battle. We also want to make sure we stay on the left side here. That way we only get this green, like, haired girl or green picnicker, whatever she is, Tanya. We talk through her, and then we're going to go ahead and ice punch this Executor, who has an awful face yet again. I really wish that this Pokemon sprite didn't exist. You know what I mean? I don't like him. I don't like how...
I really hope that we see it again in this run.
Yeah, there's a chance that we just might. I just wish we didn't. Anyway, we saw my friend Julia Bandicoot in chat earlier. Well, here is Beauty Julia. Beauty Julia wants to battle, and she just has a couple of Pokemon that we need to use strength on. Little Paris action. Unfortunately, we are not going to France. But we will get rid of Paris very shortly.
I have a fun fact about the twins double battles, and it's all the different trainers are like trainer classes, right? So you've got Beauty, you've got Picnicker, Cool Trainer, and the ones at the start of this gym and the start of Bugsy's gym are twins. And the twins trainer class are the only kind of trainer in the entire game that have no smart AI at all. They will not. Funny. They just use random moves, whereas every other kind of trainer in the game has some layers of AI, where they'll only use good moves, or they won't spam Supersonic when it's useless and things like that. But the twins, unfortunately, have no AI at all. That's a completely useless fact, but now you know.
Hey, listen, now we know, and that's what matters. Also, another thing I know is I love the sprite for Tangle in this game. I love the colors on it. I wish that those were the colors on every Tangle ever, forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Just looks cooler. I like it better.
Kind of looks like it'd be a shiny. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like it's a cool looking like version of it. Like it looks way neater. Either way, Jump Bluff out of the way, very quick and easy. Now for Victory Bell, we are going to utilize an X attack. I believe this makes it so the Blossom is also a one-shot. Otherwise, they would live a turn and potentially give us some issues. Also, they will, I think, most times use Sunny Day. I think it's like one of those 98 to 2%, whatever you said.
I think it's always Sunny Day. So interestingly, we set up the X attack on Victory Bell every time, and that's because it always uses Sunny Day, so we get a free setup turn. Whereas if you used it on Tangler or the Jump Bluff, they would use a damaging move or like Cotton Spore or something weird. So Victory Bell is just a really easy free setup.
Yep. Erica, of course, hands us the Rainbow Badge. And yeah, our first of the Cantonian gyms already done. Very nice, very quick, very easy. Giving us Giga Drain, which really awesome move. Unfortunately, it just doesn't matter. Completely irrelevant. Now, outside here, we're going to walk through these doors. The pervert from Generation 1 is still going to be outside, but we don't care. We are going to go use Kenya and then fly back over to Saffron City, where we are going to look to confront Sabrina, who, if you ever saw the anime, the episodes with Sabrina genuinely scared me as a child. I don't know if you felt the same, but they terrified me as a kid.
In the first original anime, she was pretty creepy, yeah. With, like, the doll. This is the last spinner of the run, by the way. Oh, she's stuck, I think. Huge. Yeah, that was the last spinner of the entire run. She's called Rebecca. So no more spinning trainers. But yeah, Sabrina is creepy with the doll, and she, like, locks them in the dollhouse or whatever.
Yeah, dude, it's like weird stuff. Like, the visuals and everything used, like... I feel like cartoons back then, like anime cartoons especially, like they were so like not afraid to be like really like ambiatically
dark,
like
yeah.
spooky, like because like I think like there's a difference in like scary and like spooky and kind of like Sabrina has like a sense of macabre, but not like a like an inherently like trying to be terrifying. Also, that crit is wonderful. That Espeon is a range. Very nice to get that.
Very good.
Then everything else should just die in one, so this is basically a perfect Sabrina, fortunately, as long as I don't mess up the teleporters. We all know somebody in our lives who looks like the Mr. Mime sprite from Pokemon Gold. I personally know a lot of people who look like that Mr. Mime sprite. I'm not going to name names, but you know who you are, and if you're thinking that you're one of them, look at yourself in the mirror a bit more and try not to look like Mr. Mime. So here we're going to get through the Alakazam, arguably the scariest Pokemon. From Generation 1, unfortunately, for Sabrina, just does not matter here at all.
Yeah, it looks really easy. She can be a bit of a problem. Like Dylan said, the Espeon is a range. If you miss the range, it's very likely to sand attack, which is bad. And also, Alakazam is one of the fastest Pokemon in the game. So if you have a very bad speed for Alligator, it can outspeed you. But thankfully, we stomped her.
She is now a puddle on the ground. Now, here we're going to be heading to Cerulean City, which is one of my favorites from, like, Gen 1. I love Cerulean. I love the vibe of Cerulean. A lot of things that happen. We're going to go into the gym at first, and this guy is going to be like, oh, wow, dude, don't talk to me. And this is the last time we see Team Rocket for the rest of the run, is with this little guy here. We're going to see him now. He's going to say bye-bye a go-go, which is one of the most iconic trainer lines from this game. And we are just going to go ahead and continue on our merry way. We're going to see him on this bridge. If you do battle him, he tells you where the machine part is. However, we are aware of where it is, so we will not battle him. And instead, go on to this next gauntlet of trainers. There's a lot of trainers here with just kind of whatever Pokemon. And we're just going to use, like, Strength and Return and Surf and whatever. It's a pretty by-the-by section. So, Mizzo, if you would like to at all, remind the wonderful folks at home what we are raising money for, as well as if you have any other messages to share, please feel free to jump on in right about now. It'll be a phenomenal time to do so. Guys, I have a bad feeling Mizzo is gone right now. I've just called him out.
He's asleep. He fell asleep on the job. It's okay. We'll fill in for him.
It happens. So I have it here reading that, just so you guys know, if you do donate to the wonderful, 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 wonderful Make-A-Wish Foundation, you will, A, be supporting a great cause. B, if you donate $35 or more, you'll be receiving 15 free Steam games. They're not free because you're paying $35, but you're getting them for free because you donated. When you think about it, it's free if you spend the money. For real though, there are some awesome games in that list. I heard Warhammer 40K, I heard Train Simulator, and a couple other things. Clearly, there's a lot of good stuff on that. So if you're able to get your donos in, be sure to. Additionally, if we do hit $2,000 on the total donations during this run, before I am finished and I am off your screens, I will make the honest pledge to do a Pokemon Coliseum blind speedrun on my Twitch channel, my personal Twitch channel, in the coming weeks, as a means to hopefully incentivize some extra donos for those of you who might be holding over for something. If you guys want to see a man probably lose his mind playing Pokemon Coliseum for 8 hours, that is my offer to you. Is if we had $2,000, I will make that honest promise to do that for you. So please, 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 if you haven't already, or if you're on the fence about donating to this wonderful cause, please get your donations in. Once again, $35 or more, you get some awesome video games with it. And yeah, cool stuff. Mizzo, if you have anything further to interject with, feel absolutely free to. I saw that you did get back, but I was on my spiel, and I didn't want to stop till I've had enough. So feel free to interject as you will.
And absolutely, I was not stopping you. Turns out I'd double muted myself.
Can't believe Mizzo would do this.
So I'm sitting here talking. I know I can't. Wait, I've not done it again, have I? Oh God, no.
You haven't. No, you're good. I'm just messing with you.
So Mr. and or Mrs. Anonymous has given us a $10 donation towards his charity to get us on our way to 2K. But as we were saying, yeah, there was the if you donate £35, I said dollars again, didn't I? If you donate £35, you can get yourself the Jingle Jam Games bundle, which I guess we haven't done this a couple of hours. So let's go through the games again. We've got Tactical. Don't ask me anything about half of these games, by the way, right? Because now I'm going to get this bundle and I'm just going to go be like, oh, what are these games all about? Because some of them sound hysterical. We have Tactical Breach Wizards, which apparently the description of it is just wizards with guns.
Pretty
we
cool.
have we have Mouthwashing, which says Existential Space Journey. Core Keeper, which is a cozy underground crafting. This is just like little descriptions of these games, and I have nothing else to go on, and I'm loving it. We have Dungeons of Hinterberg, which is an alpine dungeon tourism. What does that mean? What do you mean tourism? We have Warhammer 40k Chaos Gate. Well, I guess I don't know what one of these games are because it just says Purge all the demons.
We love
so fun times. We have Tower Unite, which calls itself a community mini-game chaos. So that might be a game that'd be perfect for you, Dylan, to be able to play with your community.
No, it's a
oh,
very
you played
sick
that?
game. I actually have owned that game since it was like very deep in like early alpha. It's a really sick experience. Genuinely, it's like worth the money alone that you would spend on this bundle, and then you're getting gravy on top of it with all the other games, because Tower Unite has like a bunch of mini games. It has a genuinely really good mini golf sim, a really fun bowling sim, a bunch of custom character creations. Think of it like if VR chat was a good video game, and not VR chat. Anyway, yeah, continue. Apologies. It is very good though. I very strongly advise picking up the bundle if only for Tower Unite alone. Warhammer's like extra gravy though, because Warhammer's sick. Big fan of Warhammer.
Well, the value on this is crazy when you actually go price everything.
Yeah.
We have Ixion, which says that you have to save a doomed space colony. Lots of space games in here now that I'm thinking about it. You have Spiritfall, which says it's a mythic combo roguelite. So I don't know if that's like maybe it's like the mythic combo roguelite.
I don't know if those words are in the Bible. Continue. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure the word mythic is in the Bible.
Yeah, that might be. I don't
know. Combo might be a stretch though.
Yeah.
We have Gatekeeper, which is a cosmic co-op action. There's another space game. We have Rogue Waters, which just says walk the plank tactically.
Okay.
So I don't know if you're suffering at the hands of pirates or if you're like doing a diving competition. I genuinely have no idea what this game is. We have Wild Bastards, Space Western Shooter. Honestly, maybe the only one that's got the perfect name, and I'm like, I know exactly what it's going to be about. We have Rusty's Retirement, which just says chill idle farming. We have The Royal Writ, which is a hilarious historical card battle. So I don't know if it's like some kind of Yu-Gi-Oh style thing or something, but who knows. And we have the realistic Railway Holiday, known as, and this is the game I bought this bundle for, the Train Sim World 6.
That honestly sounds
God knows I love going on an
interesting.
absolute train journey.
Yeah, that sounds cool, honestly.
But apparently, this is the This is the special Jingle Jam edition. So I imagine that they've worked with the devs to get some custom content put into the game.
That sounds pretty cool.
And I'll do you one even better. You buy that entire bundle, and you just get a 40% code discount for display. Like, this is literally just free money.
It's
great.
Free money, and also like Display, just to shout them out like a little bit here too with like all that stuff that you're saying with it. Dude, they have so many cool like posters. If you know what Display is, right? It's like this like little protective leaf that you put on your like wall. It doesn't like affect or like hurt your like drywall or anything like that. There's like no nails or anything like that. And then you attach a magnet to that leaf. And then from there, what you can do with it is you can go ahead and like put on like all these different metallic plates they have for sale that you're getting 40% off on. It's genuinely a sick like little decorative thing. I used to have some disc plates up. There's one over there, but it's just not on screen. They're really cool. They have some awesome Pokemon ones, awesome different ones inspired by anime. You can, I promise, find something on display that you will like. And like that 40% off coupon will save you probably about as much money as you would spend on the bundle as it is if you're interested in getting some swag for your room as well. So even if the games aren't there for you, you have all of that with Display to look forward to as well. It's honestly an awesome deal. It's an awesome deal. You feel free to.
I know I don't personally have one, but my brother's definitely got one, and they're solid, by the way, but they're not like heavy.
Mm-hmm.
But they are absolutely solid. So you know what? I might actually go, maybe after the event's over, I think I'll go take my 40% code and go maybe grab something for myself, or maybe the missus, maybe she'll want it. And you could use it as it's Christmas time. You could literally go get a gift for somebody. You could get the game bundle, get all these amazing games, and then go there. You've now got a discount to go get somebody a Christmas present. Like, how much perfect do you want that?
That's pretty good. That's honestly a pretty fire deal. I don't know what you heard as aura farming, Sniper, but there probably was something that resembled aura farming. I don't think it was actually aura farming, though. But I'll take the reins right on back. Mizzo, thank you for all of that, brother. I appreciate all the info that you gave us, all that juicy, wonderful info. As well as Anonymous, thank you for the $10 towards the wonderful Make-A-Wish Foundation. Sincerely, every dollar counts. Obviously the more the better, but if you can do anything at all, it will go a very, very long way. So here, you guys have seen a little bit. We have done a little bit in the way of, kind of advancing through the plot of Kanto. So we acquired the machine part while in the Cerulean Gym. We battled Misty, got her gym badge, and now we're on our way to Lavender Town to get the radio card from this gentleman who is going to give us this little neat thing. This basically will allow us to utilize the Poke Flute, which of course is used in Generation 1 more commonly, to get rid of Snorlaxes. However, right here, before we do any of that, we're going to head back to Vermilion, where we are going to look to take on Lieutenant Surge Lionheart. Is there anything in that entire portion of the game that we kind of glossed over, do you think?
Yeah, a couple of things could talk about. Misty. We set up an X-Tech on Quagsire. Instead of, she leads with a Golduck. But the reason we don't like setting up on Golduck is Golduck is, I think, guaranteed to use Psychic. Whereas Quagsire is 75% to use Amnesia, I'm pretty sure. So we set up the X-Tack on Quagsire, take no damage, hopefully. And if you've got bad attack, Golduck and Lapras can both be rangers. But thankfully, I think we've got pretty good attack here. We get the machine part, like Dylan said. We take that back to the power plant because we need to give them the part to fix the generator or whatever is wrong with the power plant. You will have noticed that Dylan teleported there using Abra. That's the second reason why Abra is so good. We go through Rock Tunnel, enter the center when we first enter Kanto, and then we teleport back. The reason we do that is Route 9, which links Cerulean and the power plant, has I think 3 mandatory trainers in this game, which is obviously like basically 3 minutes. So it's much faster to do what we've done. So over the course of the whole run, I think Abra probably saves at least 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's a pretty big deal. It it's pretty much entirely required at this point for this route that we do currently. Definitely like is one of those things where you kind of like, I never thought about Abra in like context of speedrunning until like I learned this route, and then you really realize like, oh, actually this is kind of nuts. Like it just does some big thing.
It's pretty funny, and like we actually don't get it in Crystal, and it's because the 2 places where it's useful in Gold, the trainers are either missing or not mandatory, and they're spinners. So it makes the Crystal route like it's not worth getting Abra, but it's just riskier because we have to pass like 10 extra spinner passes, I think, actually. But it ends up just being worth it.
It makes sense, honestly. Also, that was Surge. It's incredibly... I think Surge is probably the least intimidating of all of the gym battles here in Kanto that we have to do. So after Surge, we're going to cut down this tree again because for some reason it regrows really fast. It's really annoying. So here we, of course, are going to encounter a Snorlax. The lore is that Red caught the other one, so this is the remaining one. From what I've been told, that is the, like, quote-unquote lore of it, which I think is kind of cool. Little neat nuance thing.
I like how beefy he's gotten since Gen 1. He's like...
Oh, he's like...
Been
he's 4
been
tiles.
snacking.
He's a big guy. He's a big dude. Yeah, we're gonna talk to him. He's trying to get up. He's struggling. He's kind of like me in the morning. I get it. I had a couple vodkas. This was me this morning. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead, hop on in to Diglett Cave. We use a max repel, so we will not get any encounters here. And
they actually make going through Diglett's Cave here mandatory in a couple of ways, where you can't go west from Cerulean through Mount Moon. There's a ledge there. And you also can't go to Fuchsia and like surf south to Blaine and then up, because they're doing like building work south of Fuchsia. So the only way to advance to the next part of Kanto is to go through Diglett's Cave and do this part of the game. So we do all the eastern part of Kanto, then wake up Snorlax, and we do like the eastern and southern parts at the end.
Yep. It's honestly really interesting how you traverse Kanto in such a dynamic way to how you do in Gen 1, but also it still works within the confines of how Gen 1 like was made, like how it was like structured and the different things that you could go through. Like it's really cool, honestly, how we do it in the speedrun. Because like you go to like Lavender Town like as your second, third town, and it's like, wow, that's kind of weird. And then Saffron's early. You know, you technically start where the third gym is and stuff. It's weird. It's pretty cool. I really enjoy kind of looking at this region from like a different perspective. Because like, I know a lot of people, especially like people who have been fans of Pokemon or like gotten to Pokemon later. Not everyone has nostalgia for Kanto, and some people even would say Kanto in Gen 1 is not like, where it's at. There's something about Kanto that always will have that iconicism to it due to its locations and how the map is structured and how everything's laid out. And while there are flaws, there are issues, there are problems for sure. For me, at least, Kanto will always be like a top 3 region, if not like top 1, 2. Like, I think top 2 for me are Johto, Kanto, genuinely. Just full stop. I love them way too much, and I think Sinnoh is probably 3rd place. But I don't know, man. It's so cool. Like, again, specifically in context to Gold, Silver, Crystal, Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Like the way you traverse Kanto being dynamic and different and kind of a fresh experience on the same places you've already been. Just so cool. That said, specifically in Gold, Silver, Crystal, there are parts of this game that do get mildly neutered. notably in the Kanto region. We will see here soon. Now, for any of my Viridian Forest fans, please take your moment. Please rise. Salute to a real one as we enter probably the hardest dungeon in Pokemon Gold, Silver, Crystal. This is probably the single hardest point in the run. There are encounters here that genuinely could single-handedly wipe our entire like file. So here we go around this guy, and now we're in Viridian Forest. Okay, this is kind of scary. Okay, good so far. Okay, good. We're all the way through. Awesome. So here we get the max ether, and from here we're good. Repel's effect wears off. That's fine. All right, sweet. Oh, God, I was so scared about that. I don't know how you get with that section of the game, Lionheart, but it always gets me nervous, man. Anyway, so we're in Viridian City now that we made it through Viridian Forest. Truly a daunting, terrifying portion of the game. We're going to go ahead and pop our max repel and make our way downtown, not walking fast, in fact, biking fast. Faces do not pass, but I am not really homebound. I'm technically homebound for Gen 1. Doodle-a-doodle-a-doo. We're going to use Surf here on this water. And
friendly reminder to you might need to use a max ether on return.
I was gonna wait to till I got into. I was gonna get in front of Blaine and do it, and then pop my max repel around. Then I think I popped my max repel a little bit earlier than I probably should have. And so here we're gonna talk to Blue, who has a very definitely blue model, here in Gold. And yeah, this is gonna be one of our we're coming into the final what is this, 4 battles of the run. So Blue's gonna teleport away, go back to Viridian, and be like, yeah, I'll be at Viridian Gym when you've beaten everybody else. And we're like, okay, cool, dude. Then we very simply will go ahead and surf along here for Cinnabar, go along this top bit, try to avoid the optionals. I actually don't know how low you can go there. I've constantly been going to the top out of fear for making a mistake. So, you know.
Not as far as that, but it's fine.
And so here, we're going to go into our bag. We're going to use our max ether on return.
Chill. Then
battle Blaine. Blaine, very similar to our boy. Surge is just kind of a walk in the park for his battle. Also, get ready to see proof that Macargo is a Generation 2 Pokemon. I know, shocking. It does exist.
I think you can't catch Slugma until Cycling Road.
Yeah.
In Kanto, which is why people think it doesn't exist, because it's I think it's an uncommon encounter in one route.
Yeah.
I think it might be the same for Houndour. It's on Route 7 or something. So a lot of people think that they don't exist in Gen 2 just because they put them at the end of the game. It's kind of cringe.
Yep. It is kind of weird. It is weird and is quirky and is strange. But do what it do. You know, Pokemon, especially at this stage, was so experimental. They weren't sure what they were doing quite yet. So it does make sense, albeit in a very strange, roundabout way. But, you know, shakes out in such a way where we can, of course, get Slugma. Even if it's not at a time when we would probably want it, honestly. Alright, so now we are going to have a Repel wear off. This is why we wanted to use it early. We want to do that all in one menu. It's okay. It will happen. And then we're going to go ahead and continue on our merry way. And next we have our newest gym leader here in Kanto. We have Janine, the daughter of Koga, who took over her father's gym. after he became an Elite Four member. One thing I really like about this gym battle, from a thematic stance, is like she is presented as the new gym leader, similar to Faulkner in over in Johto. However, we do have a previous character to know from her, in Koga, that we do see earlier in the run technically. But also, it gives her a reason to have these Pokemon that are arguably, well, not arguably, definitively the weakest of the gym leaders in Kanto. Because it kind of gives her that sense of like, oh, she's the least experienced, or she's the easiest to beat. I like that a lot from a thematic stance. I think it's a nice little synergistic thing with how the game operates and what it sets expectations with you on. And overall, she just kind of has a worse version of her father's team. It's not very good, and we just kind of use return 5 times, and then they're dead. But I do like it, at least for the thematicism.
That was a very deep look into Janine there. Alternatively, you could have just said she's rubbish.
Yeah,
I respect you standing up for her.
I'm a yammerer, dude. I don't care. She sucks. I just like yammering, brother. You know me.
Interesting. A bit of RNG here. She's 50% to use a dire hit on the last Pokemon, which loses like 1.5 seconds, but we didn't get it. Whoa!
That's actually pretty big. This run can still PB.
So, yep, that's as exciting as it gets on Janine. We won the coin flip and did not lose 1.5 seconds. Huge.
And she gives us her soul badge. And she also gives us a toxic, which is kind of cool. Unfortunately, it means absolutely nothing to us. But it's okay. Yeah. We simply get to move.
I don't know why some gym leaders in Kanto give you TMs, but not all of them. Like, Erica gives you Giga Drain. We just got Toxic. But, yeah, most of them don't. Don't know why that is. I guess they, like, couldn't come up with enough TMs to, like, distribute or something.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it just kind of comes down to, like, Kanto, as it were, like, and as it is in this game, is, like, very much like I wouldn't say a last-minute addition. Why is this gym made of Lego bricks? But, like, there's, like, a lot of things where, like, I think they just kind of threw something in last minute and were like, oh, we could do this or this or this. And that's why it's, like, instead of, like, Cerulean Cave, there's the Berserk Gene, which is an item that only literally exists in this game and nowhere else. There's, like, a lot of weird, quirky little things. Shouts to Pidgeot's bald spot that he's covering up with the hair. I respect it,
Good comb over. Yeah.
It's going for me soon, probably. But I get it. It's something you gotta make sure you cover.
He's quite majestic with it, really.
Really, truly. So here we're gonna go ahead and X attack twice, and then from here we literally just walk through blue. He is a.
Did you X
walk
speed?
In the park? I didn't.
It's fine.
I should probably.
Do not use X speed because Exeggutor will Solar Beam. We will simply not die to Alakazam.
Oh, that's
Exeggutor is a range, but it's fine. Just
That's fine.
Exeggutor is a bad range. Typically, you go to +2 with like really good attack, but with worse attack, it's better to go to +3. We're probably slower than this. Oh, we've got good speed. That's lucky. Alakazam is a speed tie with 10 speed on a scale of 0 to 15. So we got away with it. So it's all good.
It was calculated. I planned for that.
This is like kind of a free fight, but not really. Exeggutor is with perfect attack, with 2x attacks, it's like 55% or something. And the Gyarados and Arcanine can also be ranges with bad attack. So typically you would go to +3 in a lot of cases, and you often have to X speed to get around the Alakazam. Because if you give Alakazam a turn, it likes to use Reflect, which boosts the defense of all of his Pokemon, which is obviously very bad. But we're chilling.
Sure.
Big chilling.
And that is Leader Blue. All 16 badges of Kanto and Johto are now in our possession. This will allow for us to potentially do something, I wouldn't say unprecedented, but perhaps only achieved by one other trainer in the history of Pokemon. And that is the task of potentially scaling a certain mountain here in the Kanto/Johto regions. So we're going to fly to Pallet. We have to do this in order to... Oh, dude, we're at our... we're at Red's mom house. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not your mom. You can go say hi if you want. But...
I kind of want to. I want to see what she says. So we're going to talk to Professor Oak. He's going to be like, dude,
get out
wow,
of my house, probably.
Probably, ideally. It's kind of weird how many, random houses you can just enter. But yes, here is the final challenge, the final frontier for a Pokemon trainer here at this stage in their journey. It is the wonderful, incredible Mount Silver. Is this a mod? No, it is not. This is Vanilla Pokemon Crystal. Sorry, Gold.
Oh, that's the perfect tile for the Repelled World. So, one fight to go. Red is probably the most famous, one of the most famous fights in all of Pokemon, I think. But especially Gen 2. I'll explain a bit of the AI after Dylan has gotten through Mount Silver. First, we have another pitch black cave, and we don't have flash. Just like we went through a rock tunnel. Very tricky end to the run before one of the worst fights in in the run.
Yep. So here we're just going to traverse through the grass outside of Mount Silver first. Then once we get to the cave entrance, I'm going to save again, just like I did with Rock Tunnel. Notably because in my PB, I actually lose like literally 2 minutes here. To me, just simply completely fumbling the movement here. So this is a little bit harder, I found, than... Okay. I'm going to use pack strats here. Okay, I'm on the rock. I need to go back a tile, I think, and then right. Go left one. Yep, there we go. Okay. Listen.
You need to go right.
Go right. Of course, I do the pack and then that. This specific one I struggle with so much more than Rock Tunnel in the runs I've done so far. It's just hard. Like it's literally, as you can see, like doing blind move.
I think you need to go all the way to the right, and then one tile left. One tile left and then up. Left, up. You get left and then you'll see the Pokeball. Up and left and you'll see the Pokeball.
I'm thinking I'm in a different place in the cave than I am.
You think you're at the end, but you're not. Now you're near the end now.
Okay. This is definitely something I could be due to practice in full runs. There we go. Okay. All right, and we are through to the final boss. It's so dark. How do I know where to go? I have a map that I am following.
Right.
As best I can. Alright, so here is the final boss. This is Red. And I will let Lionheart explain this for the most part while I attempt to execute what I need to do.
So how do we beat a level 81 Pikachu with a level 62 for Alligator? Well, we abuse his AI. He has AI that is favored, is 75% to use the move Charm. Charm is a move that will lower our attack by 2 stages. However, we will use a guard spec on turn 1, which makes us impervious to stat changes. We're protected by a mist, which allows us to set up our X attacks and X speed for the rest of the fight. You notice I only said we're 75% to get Charm, because the other 25% is Thunder. Thankfully, Thunder can miss. It's only 70% accurate. So on each given turn, we are only 17.5% to get thundered. And thankfully, we don't get one.
That is crazy. Also, I think I have accidentally realized something here. I might not have enough PP on return.
Let me count here.
No, I do. I'm good.
You're fine. You might have to double strength Charizard, but you should be okay.
Yeah.
Or you could strength this, but yeah. Really cool fight. I think it's like 43% or something, 45 to get through with no thunder if you're doing 2x attacks. With bad attack, you need to go to 3x attacks because the Espeon is a range to die, and the Snorlax is a 2-shot range to die. The Snorlax is potentially kind of cringe. It's favored to use Amnesia, but the other move it likes to use is Body Slam, which is bad because it does a lot of damage, and it's 30% to paralyze us. Hopefully we see Amnesia.
Nice,
Huge.
very good. This is like actually a perfect red fight right now. This is very good.
Uh-huh.
It can't actually really go... I mean, I guess it could go bad, but I think right now we're close out of the woods.
You only die to getting crit twice here. But yeah, there is pretty much a perfect Pikachu. Thunder Miss is actually faster than Charm, I'm pretty sure, so it actually saved a couple of seconds. But
Yeah.
pretty cool fight. Obviously, you can imagine a lot of PB runs die to this fight. You get here after 3.5 hours, and you have to win a coin flip to get through this fight. So I would double strength this, or you could surf.
Also, just for the lovely people keeping time, the time will come up. I'll call it. It'll be like on like the second flash bit. I'll say time. That way you guys have a good indicator of that. So Charizard dies here. We have successfully defeated the strongest trainer in the world, Red, our former self, a version of ourselves from another time, another place. He says nothing, and that is time.
It was like a
GG.
perfect red fight.
That was a really good red fight.
Good.
Pretty bad tunnel beforehand, but you know I'll take the red fight going well if I can
GG.
pick and choose there. That was mildly terrifying at the end. I'm always scared about Red. 'Cause you never know what he's gonna do to you, but fortunately we got through him. Yes, Mizzo, would you like to interject with anything, my friend?
Well, just before we send our way out the door, brother, I just want, just because they came in during your run, I feel as if it's fair. We did get a £35 donation, the Jingle Jam collection, and we got a £15 donation from Serpent RTA, who is on later on today for our second round of Pokemon. But it is, even though it's been in the middle of the night, man, it's been an absolute pleasure to just kind of sit back and vibe out with you in Pokemon Gold, and you as well, Lion. You've both absolutely carried the show for, and not wait to beat you both in person. Actually, Lion, we've not met in person, I don't think, but you know, your company ESA as well. We'll get Dylan to get you over here.
Yep. Also, just friendly like warning, and I say warning very specifically. Lionheart definitely is somebody you guys want next year for ESA Summer. I promise you guys would love a showcase from this guy. All the knowledge he's got here, it's I promise he has way more he can share. Whether he's doing Crystal Gold or whatever. Hopefully we can see Lionheart doing some Pokemon at ESA Summer this coming year. I'm personally hoping that we get to see some of that. But yeah, no, listen, I had a blast, Mizzo. Thank you so much for being the host here. Thank you all, by the way, for all the donos throughout the run. We made an awesome dent in the overall charity goal that we're aiming for here, of course. We've made a lot of money here. And listen, it doesn't stop now. We got to keep the momentum up. We got to raise as much money as we possibly can for the Make-A-Wish Foundation. As mentioned, it's a personal cause to me. It's a personal cause to many of you. And it's something that really, by continuing to support it, by continuing to hammer home this point of raising money for this great cause, all that we will accomplish is some incredibly wonderful things. So make sure you're getting your donos in as and when you can. Lionheart, my friend, would you like to say anything? I want to thank you personally really quick. Also, just for sticking with me. I know it's an awful time for you to be here commentating a Pokemon Gold run, but thank you so much for sticking with me, man. Is there anything that you want to share?
Yeah, my pleasure. Nothing I would rather do at 4:30 in the morning than help you through a Pokemon Gold run for a good cause. It's a lot of fun, and thanks to ESA for putting the event on, and I'll hopefully be involved in more ESA stuff in the future. Thanks for watching. If you're interested in learning Pokemon Gold as a speedrun, I would recommend checking out the speedrun.com profile. You can join the Discord. There's Gen 1, 2, 3 Discord, which kind of has all the speedruns for Gen 1, 2, and 3 games. And you can find the guides, the speedrun guides. There's some really good beginner notes for Pokemon Gold. I honestly think Pokemon Gold Manipless is one of the easiest games to get into, one of the easiest categories, and it's a lot of fun, really chill. And feel free to ask questions in the Discord, or you could even message me and I'll help you out if you want. Yeah.
Could not agree more with all that.
Right, well, we've been going for quite a while, lads, and we'll get your wee final thoughts in a second. But I just want to say to the good people at home that go grab yourself a drink and things. We're going to be back very, very shortly with Super Mario World. And gentlemen, please send it away for us.
Yes. So, folks, we are going to be heading on away. Please, please, please stick around. We have some awesome stuff yet to go. I want to take a last-minute thing to say a massive thank you to ESA for once again trusting me with your guys' platform. It's your guys' house. I am just a person walking into it. I hope that you guys enjoyed the speedrun. If you'd like to, drop me a follow if you want to watch some other speedruns. I run like a lot of Spyro, sometimes some Pokemon. If you want to watch a lot more Pokemon, though, drop my boy Lionheart a follow. He is a whiz at these games, and I promise he is a treat to watch. So, all that being said, we will be back here shortly. Go grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, and we will see you real soon, all right?